Welcome to the stream, guys, and welcome to European Pro League Season 13. We have a couple of games for you guys today, but we are going to be starting with Metizport versus Sangal, and that is going to be the first, I think that's the first playoffs games for me as well. Let me actually check out the bracket real quick, what's been happening so far. So, at this point, it seems like Sinners, they have dropped to the lower bracket. Preasy has won them 2-1 in their first opening duel. After that, it was ECSTATIC versus Sangal the Breach. Sangal the Breach actually doing very good on Intel Extreme Masters. I think they just didn't get through. But here on EPL, 2-0 against ECSTATIC. So, ECSTATIC actually finding themselves against the other Danish team, which is kind of cool. And then we have our game, Metizport versus Sangal, and after that it's going to be aTTaX versus TSM. So we have a couple of games, like I said, and you can check out the Metizport's lineup over here real quick. It's going to be Jackinho, ZTR, Nilo, Adam, and Susp. A few of these names are pretty known. Even ZTR actually playing with Nips main lineup for a little while. I think he played on an academy team, then he was actually brought into the main lineup for a little while. It just didn't happen to work out. And from there on, he's been pretty much sailing in these other teams. And to be honest, in my opinion, doing a really good job here in the Tier 2 scene. Sangal's lineup, you can actually find it over here. Sausal, Xfloud, Alan Z, Gangino, and Youngstar. Linus, another player that used to play for the Nips full lineup and actually was on an academy team for a little while. So, kind of cool to see them go against each other. A little bit of a storyline there, if you want to talk about it. And I have to say, Xfloud on his photo looks like a Korean pop star, so that's kind of cool. Oh, let's actually check. I'm gonna get some more information real quick. Yeah, he was on Young Ninjas, Ninjas in Pajamas, Young Ninjas. Then it was Godson, Project G, and then it was Metizport for the Linus, Game Island Z. Meanwhile, the maps that are going to be picked is we are going to be starting with Overpass for the side of Sangals. Then we are going to be hopping into Vertigo for the Metizport's all map pick. And for the last decider, if we need it, it's going to be Mirage. So hopefully we do kind of need it. I do want to see what kind of a game we are going to be getting today. Teams. Yeah, it's pretty much the same story here for Linus. But you see a few more Young Ninjas here. So he started off playing in Young Ninjas. Then he hopped into Ninjas in Pajamas for a few months. Then for some reason he was on and off in Young Ninjas for 3 times. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but finally ending up in Sangal with the lineup that they have at the moment. And to be honest, it's kind of a crispy lineup. Kind of cool. Nilo was mentioned as a 2024 bold prediction by 6 top 20 players. Okay. That's interesting. And good morning, Egapios. How you doing, sir? And by the way, everybody else, welcome to the stream. Hopefully we're having a beautiful day. We're starting off now here on Overpass, and yeah, it's about to be a banger. A few pistol setups have already been spotted here. It's going to be pretty much the connector push with the dualies, and Adam B is going to be pretty much covering the middle push. And it's just a little bit of a slower start for today. Metizport really wanting to fight for that bracket still. So, either of the teams that go down in these games, they are not going to be eliminated. They're just going to be dropping to the lower bracket. But of course, it's going to be a lot smoother to just waltz from the upper bracket to the finals. You don't have to play extra games or even be at the fear of dropping out of the tournament. So, of course, that's going to give you a little bit of a mental safety there. Meanwhile, Sangal starting to push from Monster already. B-side for free, and this is just going to be the first few battles that they're going to go against. Nilo is trying to spot the player towards the side, but the plan is definitely going to go through. Trying to push it at that point would be a little bit of a mistake. That's going to be the first fight. Susp is going to win it. He's going to even take the second one as well. ZTR with the P2000 is going to find Xfloud. Gangino with his teammate on upper heaven trying to fight for it. Wait a minute, they're actually dropping a few players Youngstar getting one as well. The bomb is being defused. Oh god, 4 seconds. It's definitely gonna happen. Whoa! No! Jackinho! Without a defuse kit. The full 10-second defuse is happening in front of him. And Jackinho actually saves his teammate from pretty much, well, sure death at that point. And they defuse the bomb. Metizport, well, they do win the first round. Starting off utilities just being used. After winning a round like that, has to feel good. And a short water push from Adam. No real control being gained from the side of Sangal. Just a few players pushed in from middle. From the side of CTs, they still have pretty good spots here to hold on. Especially the player from long can react to the side plays, whatever happens. And use that to his advantage. That's just gonna be the nade for the bathrooms, and the timing is pretty good. Even a smoke on top of it just to play a little bit more time, and well, at least playing a little bit time off the clock is working out very well for the side of Metizport. Final little push coming in for the side. That's going to be the CTR to hold down the first line of pushes. And Agino already going down. Well, it does the work for spotting what's happening into the side, but it doesn't matter at this point. Youngstar is pretty much the only one to get out of that A-side push with a frag. CTR with 3. And this is starting to look pretty good for the side of CTs for the start, especially considering the fact that I would almost say that Sangal almost had even a better buy. Maybe not that much utility, but you can definitely challenge with those weapons. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, yeah, I misspoke. I actually said Into the Breach were going for the Intel Extreme Catawas. It was IM Chengdu. They lost against Guild Eagles 13-10, so unfortunate. Alright. 3 AKs incoming. Okay. Well, you weren't wrong. Meanwhile, Sangal. Just going for these pistol plays here. 3 sets of deagles here to push, and that's just gonna be a P250 and a Glock. Wait a minute, they're actually getting kills with these. X-Cloud already finding a kill. Youngstar is gonna be the second one to pop ahead. And Metizport, to be honest, in a little bit more of an easier round, already losing a few players. Finally, Susp is answering back with his own AK kill. One of the 2 AKs still in the game. Actually, both of them. The Molotov being used for the bathrooms push, and Jackinho already starting to use his utility. That's going to be 35 seconds left on the board. And some kind of a push is going to be seen in about a second here. So Sangal. Oh god. From the backlines, one being spotted, but the problem is the player from long. Jackinho just goes wide, just a little too much. And it doesn't work out. The Molotov a little bit too late, but it doesn't matter. Burns down the player. The first challenge for behind the site to bring it back to a 2-on-2. That's going to work out well. ZTR wins the fight. Linus, his old teammate, is going to find it. And X-Floud trying to defend a bomb that already has been defused pretty much in front of their eyes. And X-Floud does get the last 2 kills, which pretty much destroys the economy from the CT side. So they're going to have to buy in fully again. And that's not going to leave much of a cushion if they lose a round now. But to be honest, at the end of the day, looking how that round started, for the side of Metizport to win it must feel, well, kind of relieving. Few setting mistakes here at the start, but it's a starting game. Wait a minute, I think Jaquinho spotted the sleeve there. Not really reacting to it. Oh god, from the boat to the side, that was one of the most horrible shows that we've ever seen, but finally Jaquinho gets the kill. Utility usage at the wrong possible time. The fling coming in, fully blind. Jaquinho is gonna get the second kill. And of course now he's gonna redeem himself. And Gangino left in a pretty much a 1-on-2 here towards the long, alone. Jaquinho with the triple and Youngstar is gonna get the drop on the GTR. And Sangal already finding a few issues here. But brings it back to a 2-on-2, which is not the worst possible situation to be at. Two players still trying to just edge a fight here. Oh, the navigation just doesn't work. That's gonna be Nilo finding Youngstar from the bathrooms. And I'm not entirely sure. I think in between all of those X's, they have the bomb control as well. Axfloud has to go for... Wait a minute. Finds the quick kill on towards Jaquinho. He pretty much just stands there. And oh, a sloppy spray coming in from Nilo. Axfloud. That might have been one of the quickest double clutches I've ever seen. Jaquinho starting off the game with three kills. Three. And it pretty much... I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but it pretty much has been just thrown to the trash. Oh god, my eyeglasses just broke. That's fun. Got glasses just broke. Well, that's a little bit of a funky start. Maybe something to talk about with the team. Not really the best way to lose a round there. Seems like Sangal with the quick plays. It's definitely gonna play towards them just a little bit more. Deagle shots at him. Sees the shadow. Doesn't really get the chance to hit a shot there. Linus is gonna find the second frag towards the backside of that side, and that's gonna be Gangino. Through the smoke, spots GTR. And even the last frag going for the side of Sangal. This is just more of a stand around to make it happen quick. And we are going to be hopping into the next one in about a second or two. Second or two. Oh god, I need to buy new glasses. Yeah. Just when I thought I could actually save some money. Well, life is life. Maybe I can fix it with glue. Well, here it is, Sangal. Already gaining 2 rounds. Some basic utility if anybody's actually going for the boost or trying to cross the bridge. Metizport just deciding to go for a little bit of a stack here. So, anybody deciding to push Monster this time around, they're gonna find a few USB shots. But as a round, this just gets into a very uncomfortable position as, well, Sangal, they decided to go for the A-side probe, and this is what I like to see. Not to really... The style that they play isn't really rush-based all the time, so you can actually find rounds like this pretty easily, especially if you have like a Mac 10 or anything like that, especially in Linus. Just go for some information. Easy information, easy kills, easy rounds. The full push coming in from the backside, that's gonna be the first player. A little bit of a sloppy spray, barely finds the second flag, but frag and Axfloud, let's get away with you. Now the problem is, does he get away? There's a few more players starting to push. GTR actually finds Youngstar from the back lines. That's gonna be an AK picked up. He's just aware of the wrong angle already. Axfloud pushed a little bit closer. And meanwhile, his rest of the team is gonna take care of Sangal, and that's gonna be the, well, tie game finally. 3 rounds have been gained, and Sangal, from here, now they can start to fight against these gun rounds. So, the first real gun round that we are going to be seeing, without an op though, which is kind of unfortunate. Just look at the money on the side of the T's. Kanagino Almost 9k in the bank. Southall 7.5. Jesus. They can do a lot with that. Especially if they, for example, have a mishap round. Barely losing a round or something like that. That's definitely going to break the economy from the side of Metizport. But it's going to play so well for the side of Sangal. It's getting interesting. A little bit of a time out here to talk about what's about to happen, especially with the buy that they have. Metizport, they know that, especially for this map, it's getting a little bit serious. If they want to get or gain a good CT side here. Oh, we just teleported into a round. Okay, works. They really want to make sure that they're going to win this one. Full swing for short, nothing has been spotted. Just a little bit map control being gained. And to be honest, Metizport's not really going for any plays here. Just default stacks. Usually what you see from the CT side at this point is just a few pushes here and there, trying to get some map control. Maybe in a late game you can see some kind of a monster push. Just default monster push with just basic flashes or something like that. But it seems like they're just pretty much waiting for a B-side execution. Giving a large space for the side of Sangals to go for it. And that might be the first line of mistakes that we are going to be seeing here on the CT side, especially if Sangal, they're good on their executions. So just look at the flares of utility. That's going to be the first. And the second kill for the side of Susp. Adam is even going to find one. And the monster push, well, it starts flat. Ginho from short tries to open up a kill. They need something. The problem is the time. 25 seconds being left on the board. And it's not starting to look good. Sangal might just default on this round. To save that up, an AK is the best choice that they can go for, especially with the money that they have. Like I said, they can actually save and just pretty much just drop a weapon. But this is gonna do wonders for the side of the CTs. To save that much money, only to buy the utility back in. Oh, that has to alleviate a lot of pressure. But the problem is there's still not enough of a cushion. If they lose a round here, the buy is not gonna look pretty. Sangal. No issues, they're just gonna buy in. Another question is, are we gonna see some kind of a more challenges towards the sides? Or more executions, especially from the side of Metizport? Oh, Ginho starting off the round pretty early. I think GTR was dropped from the... Give me a second. My alarm went off. Youngstar even finding the second kill towards the connector. I think he was on a boost, trying to get some information from the Xipnix. Gets one tap there. Susp, at least getting one kill. But the problem is X-Fault so close to the B side, and that corner was supposed to play from him, but Susp is just a bit more aware in that situation. And Metizport. Wait a minute, did Southall actually spot that? He didn't spot Ginho. Leading Ginho, playing in a prime spot, but Alliance, he's ready for it. Doesn't matter, Susp already left alone. And those entry duels working out for the side of Sangal so well. Pretty much leaves Metizport in a very awkward position, and it's pretty much not going to happen. Susp has no reason to even go for that bomb plan anymore. Just to try to save that weapon for the next round so they can have some kind of a buy. The problem is, like I said, the money. What they have in the bank just doesn't look that pretty at the moment. Lines on the hunt. Going after that skin. Sangal bringing it back to a 4, so we're back into a tie. Deeper Molotov there. Susp. Let's get away alive. Drops Linus there. And that's all she wrote. new round with a new day. And now, some of these rounds, they have been very, very slow. Now, to get a little bit more action, the problem is, from the side of Metizport as well, wait a minute, player backing off. I'm not entirely sure what the plan there was. He was a little bit offset from the rock. That's a little bit of a starter mistake. Sausal, with a quick long push, doesn't really give a crud. Drops the first player, Nilo. Literally a free kill. Thrower has been closed. And a push coming in from the short. Wait a minute, Metizport's actually... They have no B-side control at this point. Already lost a player. And this is just pretty much a free site. That's a little bit of an unfortunate situation. Axflood even finds the kill towards the heaven. So, the lead definitely drops for the side of Sangal. And with that A-stack... It's just a little bit unfortunate at the moment. Are they gonna go for the... No, they're just gonna pretty much leave B-side entirely. And that's the round. Metizport, they're not even gonna 5-4 B control anymore. Sangal defaulting into a round. And some of these rounds, they have been a little bit questionable for both of the sides. We have seen some stagnation, especially from the pushes. Playing off the clock till 20 seconds or something like that, and just then going for a desperation push. Meanwhile, from the side of Metizport, as they are not really fighting for max control, they have no idea what's happening and where. So, and the one time that they actually go for it, you can catch one of the players pretty much offset into an angle that, well, doesn't really play for him. I'm not entirely sure. I do understand that the setup was meant to be Nilo playing maybe an off flash position behind a rock, waiting for the opper to get the first line of information, then he swings out. Maybe that was the idea. The problem is that when he was turned around, he was just a little bit offset there. Well, 5-4. Sangal with a round lead here. And, well, Metizport, they still have three weapons. So the weaponry is kind of okay here. 5.7 and a deagle on top of that. Not the worst pistols to play around with. Now they just have to be careful on what's about to happen. CTR closes in for the push behind the middle push. There's already 3 players behind. He's got to find the first one, but the problem is that the real quick trade from Axfloud is pretty much going to drop him from trying anything more. Nilo tries to go for the second swing, gets caught off. And already the utility landing towards the A side, and the bomb even going down. Susp left for the retake here with his teammates. That line of nades is just pretty much going to drop them down. The AK has been at least founded. So Adam can get away from that situation. And Nilo, I'm not sure if he wants to challenge with the FAMAS. Has to be careful here. Especially if they're going to go for the hunt. And it seems like they are going to be dropping one player for the hunt here. It's going to be Youngstar. Pretty much just running after them. Spawning first player towards the side, getting dropped, and that's going to be at least Nilo winning that fight. I think the AK is going to be thrown for him. I'm not entirely sure where it actually landed. There could have been a chance it dropped from the heaven. But as Nilo doesn't spot the weapon, he's never going to see a light of day for the next round. So that AK is not going to live. And in round 6, well, round 11, we go. The issue here, well, it is Sangal's map pick. So definitely this is a map that they, well, are supposed to be the superior in. The start, well, it pretty much started off the best way possible for the side of Metizport. The problem is, everything after that, no risks pretty much being taken. I think it's the side of risks that we're missing in this game. That is pretty much just leaving this into a little bit of an awkward spot. Because every round, Sangal, they have so much space to play with. There's no pretty much middle play control. No, a few rounds we have for a round we have seen some kind of connector play, but the problem is that's pretty much it. And then they're left in a situation like this. Nobody's pretty much holding anything that's happening on towards that bathroom. So at the point that you make just a little bit of a mistake, Jaquinho gets caught off with his hands down his pants. And that's pretty much just a free kill for the side of Sassel. And Sangal, I'm not even sure if they can believe it at the moment, how much space they have been giving for free. And look at this, CTR pushed through both of the players. Second headshot been found. Still no map control. There's even a player pushed in towards the CT's stairs at this point. I'm not entirely sure how Metizport want to play this map, but this is definitely not working. Especially not against Sangal. Sloppy spray for the long fight. That's going to be Youngstar to win it anyways. And Linus, right side push coming in. He wins that fight pretty much easily. Saspi is pretty much the only one who's going to win a fight in this map. Or in this round. Finds the second one as well. And Ganginho with a quick op duel. This is going to bring that to a win. By the way, just a little information. Anybody who posts a live score, quick ban. Quickest ban in their life. Oh, it's gonna be the flick shot that they've ever seen. Alright. Utility dump to middle. Jaquinho's gonna take a full blast of that nade. Meanwhile, B-side holds coming in as well. And to think about the scoreline that we're seeing at the moment, 4-7. Push coming in from behind the pillar. He needs that first kill. Sasp is finally going to get it, but the problem is Youngstar very close on that pillar as well. Is going to get that quick trade. And X-Flood with the second one towards CTR. And again, the round just flops. A beautiful nade for Jaquinho again. He's even being smoked off. And this is just pretty much a none. No chance. Quick push behind the smoke. It's not going to work out. He spots the player, but the problem is X-Flout is just a little bit quicker on that draw. Behind the pillar, spots one player. Nilo wins the first fight. Goes for the second one. A little bit too late, and it's done. Oh, no. To think about that, this was a 3-0 scoreline. They only won one round in between. After that, it was just 5 in a row for the side of Sangal. And that's just a bit unfortunate. I was kind of waiting for these two teams to clash against each other for it to be a very interesting game. And to be honest, in a way it is. Sangal showing some very good overpass plays here with risks that they have actually taken so far. Understanding how Metizport is playing with the very defensive setups that they have. That's been working out very well, but the problem is that I was kind of hoping for Metizport to show us just a little bit more. Caster was clearly talking out his ass as nobody's getting banned, Lamau. You do understand people can be guessing also the scoreline at the moment. Guessing is okay. Don't be a child. Alright. Back to the game. And it's just a slow round. Meanwhile, everybody's just pretty much waiting for something to happen. Bathroom's control for the side of Metizports already. It seems like they could actually go for an A-side execution, and that's exactly what's about to happen. The bomb has been committed over here already as well. Ganagin hoping drop to 22. And just a little bit of a questionable push coming in. They have the full side. I think they're just going to go for the retake here. And even Metizport is a little bit confused at the moment. There's nobody actually challenging the side hold at the moment. You can see the set of utility for the retake. That's going to be the smoke, 2 flashes, and a nade. And already the flash and a nade has been used from bathrooms. The hold's coming deep, but the problem is in front of bank. They're going to get the first shot. Nile is the only one to get a frag. And oh, this retake is looking very good for the side of Sangal. Already Sus has been left as the sole player. Doesn't get the headshot in front of the truck. And already the bomb has been defused. A quick retake and Sangal finds their pistol. What a quick retake coming in. Hey K Hillside, welcome to the stream. I need some good luck on my bet. What did you bet for? Deagle shots through the smoke. That's just gonna be the high flash. Sangal giving Metizport the respect that they deserve. Not really going for any close games, but it's gonna be Adam to find the first frag from the stair axe Floud. Is the one to hit the pavement there. And through the smoke, a few shots being popped. That's gonna be ZTR trying to make sure that nobody's holding the close angle or trying to go for monster pushes. Does hit Youngstar on that hold. And Linus already finds one of the picks and bringing it back to a 4 versus 4. Meanwhile, Adam, the short push works out very well for him. Youngstar pretty much walking into those bullets. Donut, you're feeling better today? No, my throat is still... I need to go to the doctor. It's just nothing. I don't think it's gonna get better. Yeah, another entry for the side of Metizport. And the last 2 players from the side of Sangal left to wonder what they can actually even do in a situation like this. So, it's just going to be a save. 2 M4s for the next round. And, well, Metizport starting off their T side almost as they started their CT side. They did lose the pistol, but actually answered back on their own force buy. So it's kind of nice to see that we have a little bit of life left.
Terrorists win.
And just looking at the weaponry that they have, not that much money to play around with. It's going to be a Deagle straight from the side of Sangal. Are we going to see some challenges finally? This map has been played so passively from the start so far. Both of the sides of their CTs just giving so much map control. And, well, usually in Tier 1 CS, you see a lot of challenges. Through the box, that's actually through the plywood. That's going to be Linus to find the first shot. And from a very good corner, drops one of the first players. Good way to start off the round here. AK has been picked up, CTR. Goes for the second find, and that's going to be Floud. Doesn't need that many duels. And Nilo is the one to find the first peek against the CT. Push through the smoke, it's not going to work out. Southsol pretty much walks in front of the crosshair of Jaquinho. And already the CTs pretty much gave the lead back. Donut, what's wrong with you? It's my... give me a second. Give me a second. Ganinho from the line push is going to drop the player towards the bathrooms. So at least they get the lead back. But Metizport has been left to think about what kind of a setup they want to go for. It seems like B-side is going to be the answer. Meanwhile, there is a boost on top of the wall there. So they definitely can spot the first player. Linus is going to find the second frag of this round here. And Nilo being left in a 1-3 with the bomb plant. He definitely can get the plant down. The problem is everything else after that. The push coming in already from the right side of that smoke. And Gangino finds a quick, easy kill. And Sangal makes it their 10th. As quickly as they win a round, they lose one as well. And there it is. Relics, have a good time. Yeah, so the issue that I have at the moment is my larynx. They have swollen up for I think for 2 months now, pretty much, for some reason. And it just doesn't seem to go down, so it's very hard for me to read or to talk. So you can actually see the reason why it's a little bit of a problem when I'm casting. So I think they have to be surgically removed. It's gonna be fun. So I need to hit the doctor. Maybe next week I'm gonna do that. Meanwhile, back to the round here. Susp on top of the balloons. Already challenging middle. And this time around, Sangal, they're gonna try to take a little bit closer contact here towards the middle. Not give that much space. Axe Floud. Here's the steps from the left side. That's going to be Chiquinho with a lot of control towards the bathrooms already. He wants to go for the fight, but there's a dual hold. Chiquinho explodes his place. That's just going to be a 7-6-2 directly to the dome. I'm not entirely even sure who pushed, but they're done. And that's going to be Nilo with double kills for this round. The question is it enough? Brings it back to a 3 versus 3, but the problem is that the little push coming in here. Oh no! Linus goes for the first swing, but the problem is he misses the shots. And Susp, with a nice spray control there, brings it back to a win here. So 1-man lead for the side of Metizport, and Sangal left to gain a little bit of information. That's going to be Salsol pushing in from long. The problem is I'm not entirely sure if they know what kind of a hold they have here in middle. And slowly they're getting a little bit closer towards the A side. The second that they pretty much throw utility, whatever they're going to use towards that side, is going to be hurt by Salsol and the call for his teammate to get back here. Swing coming in. The first, oh no, he doesn't get the first kill. Only if he had that, if he gets a little bit of a cleaner kill onto where Susp. He could have gone for the second kill as well, at least drop it into a 1 versus 1. Or even hide behind long. Make it a 2 versus 1 retake, but no. Youngstar has to pretty much book it from A side. Give the full control and Metizport. Well, they find themselves, well, not on a comeback yet, but getting a little bit closer to it at the moment. So, not the worst possible situation to be at, especially thinking about what kind of a CT site they had. So, as long as they can keep this up, they get a few rounds here. If they get a few more rounds, we might start to talk about a little bit of a comeback on Sangal's on map pick. Sangal's 2 rounds away from map point. Why did his Salsol stop shooting? I think he was thinking. I think he actually thought that he got the kill. That happens in this game very often for some reason. After the patch, when we were playing as well, sometimes with the spray that you, for example, you might actually burst the player, and it really feels like you already killed him. You know the feeling on CS:GO? I had that to a bullet when I knew that the player was dead, and then I stopped shooting. So I think that was one of those situations. Just a little bit unfortunate. In CS2, it feels like the feeling is just a little bit off, if you know what I mean. Already a lot of utility being used. That's going to be 3 sets of Molotov across the maps. Already some spots coming in as well. Salsol gets the information what's happening on towards that shore. That's going to be Aquino trying to open it up with his teammate. But this is not the real push. Already the head's been spotted and nothing else. Just some basic utility being used. For a second there. Thought he was actually going to be smoking the site, but Smokes off short entirely for some reason. Axe Flood. Finding Susp. Opening up the board already here for the CT side. Meanwhile, Chiquinho still left to lurk, as it seems like Metizport, they want to go for the B-side execution. There are some players already stacked here, and it seems like they're even rotating a player a little bit closer to it. So it is going to be X-Flood. Still an A-side, but he's going to be quick on that rotation. But Youngstar already finding two. That's going to be even Southside with one. Is X-Flood even needed? Feels like no. And Nilo left alone to fend for himself, and as quick as we start to talk about a comeback, it's going to be ripped from them. Well, as soon as that smoke cleared out, Sangal activated. Got some really nice headshots there, and quick ones as well. Mid control, just CTR trying to go for that information. And it seems like they want to go for the boost. Can they actually spot any players? Nope. Nobody at long. It's just going to be a little bit of a slower hold from the side of bathrooms. And they actually do have a setup there, so it's going to be X-Flood and Gangino pretty much holding it down. Anti-flash, Gangino is just pretty much going to turn around at the second that he hears that flash. Goes for the first and the second pick. And Metizport is pretty much just feeding this man at this point. ZTR still from long. Equipped with that SG. Anybody that tries to go for the swing goes for the bathroom pick, and it doesn't work out. Gangino on his fourth kill. To be honest, they could have just feeded him the fifth and the last kill as well. And this round just goes up in flames. Last possible shot, and that's the first ace of the day. Yeah! One of the most anticlimactic aces that I've seen in a while. But some really good skill being presented here from Gangino. Good control. And amazing understanding how this map works, especially from bathrooms. At the moment, it seems like Metizport, they're just a little bit lost. How to actually fight and how to go for those duels, especially with the utility usage. It seems like they were a little bit off there. Not their map pick. And it seems like Sangal very good on their own map at the moment. X-Cloud already helping in from Connector. That's gonna be Southside from Water to get you. And ZTR. That's one with the Tech 9, but the problem is for the swing, Linus is not gonna get anything. Youngstar is gonna go down, and that's even gonna be X-Cloud from the Connector. The second he opens up that door, he goes down. And that's just Gangino left alone, and a one bullet to the face is pretty much gonna take care of him as well. And yeah, well, Metizport, even with all the issues they had before, they find one of the most ridiculous pistol rounds I've seen in a while. But as long as it works, that's the quirk. Five rounds to bring this back to an overtime. Meanwhile, for Sangal, they only need to get one. Already bought in to the next round as well, so still fighting for this. Doors being opened. Meanwhile, across the map, the control has been gained. Metizport with a lot of middle control. The issue is that they have no idea what's happening towards long. It seems like the op is still holding. A few shots coming in from ZTR just to try to maybe hit a player towards the side. And it's just gonna be some basic control. Not sure if CTR actually spotted. Yeah, he definitely spotted Youngstar towards the toxic barrels there. Doesn't really hit a shot, but makes it a big deal. Bomb has been retrieved. Already a minute 10 being played off the clock. And it seems like finally they're gonna go for some kind of execution or a push. Susp. From long. And that's just gonna be the rest of the players pushing in from the side of bathrooms. At the same time, the execution's coming in now. That's gonna be Nilo with a double kill from B. Wait a minute, how is that even possible? Adam finds one towards the A side and Jaquinho helps out with another. And Adam is pretty much the only victim to go down on the T side so far. And the bomb gets planted. That's gonna be another round for the side of Metizport. And just looking at the money from the side of Sangal, it's not perfect. Which pretty much means that they kind of have to go for a save if they're not gonna go for a forced buy based on the op that's going to be, well, he's trying to save it. Let's see if we can actually bring it to the next round. Nope, it's not gonna work out. Jaquinho, quick shot on towards Ganginho, and that's pretty much the round done. Let's check out the maps here. Yeah, someone was asking how are they letting their worst map through. Well, it's kinda easy. When you check out Sangal's map picks. So, Metizports picked the map that is the worst map against Sangal. And they literally let Sangal pick their second worst map against their statistics versus Metizports. It doesn't... The logic doesn't literally get any easier than that. Just check out their stats. That's why HLTV is alive. Getting back to the game. Explode on the push. Through the smoke, a few players being dropped. Even spotting one more. It's just gonna be a clean wipe. Almost. Southall does get one with the USP. Nilo with two. Sus with two. And even through the smokes. I'm not entirely sure. Southall was trying to go for the AK pick there. And Southall just left to wonder what happened with his teammates. Every single body just lying on the floor. Timing is just a little bit off, and that's just gonna be Adam. Finding the last kill, yeah. Do you mean they are going to cut your throat larynx away, or your tonsil, or that you can keep talking? I think it's tonsils, yeah, tonsils, not the larynx. I always forget which one is which. Let me actually check this one up. Yeah, tonsils. Exactly. You're a smart one. I hope they do, because at the moment I was actually trying to figure out like how much airway do I have at the moment. So if I get like a straw, oh god, middle fights are really going to the way off. Metizport's already bringing this game to a 9, but losing 2 players at the start, not really looking good. But yeah, like I was saying, I was actually pretty much measuring it with a straw, so I can barely actually stick a straw to the hole at the moment. So that's how little airway I have. Meanwhile, a 1 versus 3 situation. Youngstar on top of the toxic barrel spots the smoke from heaven, and he has to actually win this fight. He's gonna bring it back to a 1-on-2. The bomb still with the player. And it's been left in a little bit of a questionable spot. CTR, he could actually clutch this. The player, that's going to be Ganginho from the backside. From Monster, so he's very far away. This is pretty much a 1 versus 1 towards that A-side fight. The only thing he has to do is pretty much just figure out the corner and understand where the hole is coming from. Push from bank. The first left angle, that's gonna be Linus, his ex-teammate, to spot it out. Sloppy spray, a 1 versus 1, and Ganginho, he has the set, he has the knowledge at the moment where the plant has been actually spotted. And a push coming in from bathrooms. Does he spot CTR on the lurk? Kanagino making a lot of steps, pretty much just running in front of CTR. Doesn't actually even clear the corner. This is supposed to be the round for CTR. Easy kill. And there it is. A 1 versus 3. From B side to A side makes it happen and brings it to a 10. And Metizport's actually making this look very good for themselves. And now to the question. Now for the answer. I'm not entirely who asked the question. It was hockey. Hopefully you get the answer now. A new round with a new try here. Sangal starting to play a little bit more control towards mid, and even we've seen a few sets from long, but the problem is they have pretty much lost those 1 versus 1 duels. And that previous round definitely was supposed to be there. CTR starting off the round with a kill towards Axflow. That's gonna be Yakinio with the second one. Actually finds one more on top of that. Have to look out the money from the side of Sangal. I think they have the full loss bonus at this point. They might actually have 1-1 in between, but they should have enough money for the next round's buy. Just enough to have some M4s. Well, short swing. Linus hits the head of Adam. Gets dropped pretty quickly afterwards. And that's just going to be Kanagino left in a 1 versus 5. ZTR on the hunt. A good round from the side of Metizport. And now for the last. A bit of... a bit of an awkward situation, especially Sangal, with so many T sides at the start. Doing a very good job in the first half. Oh, that 1 ACAT actually could be a lot for the side of Sangals, especially on their hold at the moment. Looking at the weaponry that they can, that's pretty much an up buy if they want to go for it. That AK is a big save at the end. Sangal is almost winning, but how is it possible? Axel has been playing practically alone. Especially on the T side, it's very easy to open up sites by yourself. So that's one, especially with the CT side that Metizport had. Gave a lot of opportunities for those single pushers, and like we saw on their T side, they pretty much had multiple entry frags on their rounds. But here on the side of Metizport, they're actually playing a little bit better together here in T side. So to be honest, if they just had a little bit of a better of a CT side, this could have been easily their own map. So it started off questionably, it started off a little bit off, but Metizport's actually making this a very good game at the moment. For the first round especially, first map. Now the question, are they good enough on the T side to bring this to an overtime? Or Sangal, especially of a basis of that up buy? Are we gonna see something insane? Let's ask the chat. Is it gonna be Metizport to bring it to an overtime, or Sangal, are they gonna win? You can spam the chat as much as you want. Meanwhile, we're going to be hopping into the second round, or the last possible round from the... Give me a second, my brain is just really not working today. From the regulation, that was what I was supposed to say, yeah. Molotov 4, the backside of that blind there, so they're actually pushing the CT holes just a little bit further. Metizport's already starting off with good utility. The problem is it doesn't really connect any of the players, but it doesn't matter. Pushes them off of their corners. Gives them just a little bit of a better chance to maybe go for an execute here. Slow round. Meanwhile, Sangal with a very passive hold here. First rotation is coming in. I'm not entirely sure Jackinho was supposed to hear that. And a push coming in from short. Oh, this execution, especially if they throw a perfect flash. This is just gonna be beautiful. Oh, they're not gonna check the wall, but it doesn't matter. Nilo is gonna win the first fight with a quick second push. That's gonna be Adam with the kill. Sausal gets one to bring it back to a 3-on-3. So there's a little bit of a possibility for the retake with CTR with the laser spray towards heaven. Makes it happen, and X-Flood from the backlines. Left alone, defend this off, pushes with the perfect timing, but he doesn't clear behind him. Just look behind! X-Floud! Oh no, the timing of the century! And that's an extra kill. And Linus, the ZTR's teammate, can find himself in a very awkward position, especially with 16 seconds being left on a spot. And he's not even get through the smoke. That is going to be the round for the Metizport. And now, I enjoy it when people ask funny questions. Why did Metizport let Overbass go through? Well, that's the reason why. Because we're in overtime on Sangal's own mapping. I want you to think about it. Take a second. And for everybody crying that Metizport sucked at the start, well, now is a pretty much good time to ask for their forgiveness. Sangal choking their health. And to be honest, they were very good. They were on a match point for a little while here. Like I kept saying, Metizport just with a little bit of a cleaner CT's health. And this game could have been theirs easily. A lot of angry betters. Oh, I have my cup underneath the chat. Please cry. I enjoy it. I usually like to add a few tears into my energy drinks. Keep crying. I love it. Meanwhile, back to the game. Deep nade for the smoke here towards the pit. Everybody who wants to go for the pick. They're gonna find a face full of HE. A good time. And the round gets silent. Nothing happening. Metizport's not even actually going for any of the map control. How is it possible, Don? How is it possible? How is things possible in CS? I don't know. Interesting, isn't it? Back rock control. Jackinho with a full stretch with the side of ZTR. To be honest, that push from the side of Metizport's very good. And Linus has been played behind a rock. Trick crisp. How, commentator? How? How is it possible for a team to lose a map? Wow. A-side push. Jackinho is going to be the first one on the entry. Again, Adam is going to help out a little bit. Behind the smoke, Nilo. Very good job on towards X-Float after that first kill. Gets the reaction. And that is just going to pretty much leave Gangino in a solo 1 versus 4. And map number 2 is starting to look very crispy soon. But there's still a few rounds to be played. Through the wall there. Doesn't actually hit the shot. And Susp takes care of the last player, and that is pretty much done. Please quit, commentator. Why? Because I hurt your feelings? Did I hurt your little oval feelings? Did I make you feel bad? Oh no. Ovo. Did I hurt your idly bitly feelings? I'm so sad. Let me put my energy drink underneath the chat. Please cry. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I love it. Let me take a little bit of a zip here. Thank you. I love it. That's gonna fuel me for today. Better's Tears. We actually should rename this channel Better's Tears. That's a good brand for the future. Molotov from mid. And again, Metizport giving a lot of map control for the side of Sangals. This time around, it's actually gonna bite them in the ass as X-Float goes for the mid pick. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Aggression and risks is how you win overpass on the CT side. But Adam already quick on the trade. And brings it back to a 4 versus 4. So, this is actually starting to look pretty good for the side of Metizport, especially with Nilo's true frags there. makes this look a little bit easier. Linus from the backside gets one, goes for the second one, actually makes it to a 1-on-1. And Adam, low on HP, has to be a little bit careful, especially with the utility from the side of Gangino, but it's going to be an op duel. Doesn't matter. As long as the bullet hits. And that's going to be enough. And the push coming in from the side of Monster. Gangino already cleared the side. He has some kind of a idea. It's either going to be short or heaven. And a push coming in, grabs the M4, but the problem is Adam gets the control, and that's going to be the round. Oh, God. Nice round from the side of Metizport, especially Nilo on those 2 frags. Adam making it a 3. A triple kill for the man. And this game is starting to get a little bit interesting now. Metizport's already fighting 2 on their own T side. The problem is, we know when we are going to be flipping these rounds around, or these halves around. The CT round, did they learn anything from their first start? That's the question. So the T side that actually gets a little bit of a cleaner CT side is pretty much the one that's going to win here. Linus opens up the duel against Adam. That's going to be sus with the second one after the trade. And a little bit of a sloppy spray for a second there, Youngstar. Starting to look a little bit questionable now. And Jaquinho on the defense through the smoke. Youngstar is going to get just pretty much wrecked. Has to go for the quick control. And it is close to a perfect half from the side of Metizports here on the first overtime. Making this look very good. Push coming in with that up. Gangino left in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first behind the box. There's still a setup. Goes for the second one. The problem is it doesn't hit the bullet. And a quick AK conversion. And that is going to be a Metizports with 15 rounds on the board. And to take this into consideration, thinking about how it started, Metizports making this look pretty good on the T side, to be honest, like I keep saying. As long as they fix their CT side. Overpass could be a map that they could start play. There's a lot of tears in the chat. I enjoy it. Keep it up. As long as you don't spam it, it's okay for you to, well, share your conspiracy theories. The Earth is flat. Aliens made the pyramids. JFK Kennedy. It was a magic bullet. A lot of crying in the chat. All right. There is a question for the people who think like everything is a fake. Oh, the pyramid is a fake. Oh God, 322 pyramids. Yes. No, there aren't any fucking planes going from Brazil to Australia for some reason. I'm not okay. Let me ask you people something. Why do you keep betting? Because it's the same people in the chat every day. Because it was fake yesterday, then it was fake before that. It was fake the last month as well. I think last year it was fake. It was 3-2-2 when we started the league. Why do you keep betting? That's the question. It's okay. Be crazy. Just don't spam. But I really do want the answer. Because at this point it's insane. Do you know the definition of insanity? Insanity is doing the same shit again and again and again, expecting shit to change. That's you. So get a grab of your brains and please stop betting. Don't make it other people's problems, okay? That should actually be like a fact underneath the chat. Every time you start to cry, just roll down, read the same lines, and maybe get a little bit of a, you know, a bearing into your life. Yeah, they can accept that they bet on the wrong team. It's okay. I've lost some bets in the past too. Just got a little bit of a voice crack there. Meanwhile, execution. With the first entry, wait a minute, a lot of space being given for the side of Sangal on towards that B side to open up the duel, and Youngstar is gonna use that to the full potential. Op shot misses from the side of Gangino, but he also already has information from the backline. Gets a little bit of a better spot here from short. Only thing he has to do is pretty much just connect the bullet at this point. That's CTR trying to bait as many shots as he can, but Sangal, it seems like they're very close. You know when Gangino finds it. And that's just Jaquinho left alone. Quick turnaround, and that's the round. Done. Wait a minute, I read something very funny. This caster wouldn't have a job if it wasn't the betters. No one would be watching. You should love betters. It literally doesn't make any sense because this league doesn't make any money from betting, but... Oh, sorry, of course, in your conspiracy theory it does. Yes, the pyramids are made by aliens, sorry. Like, I forgot that. That's my brain, you know? I'm dumb. Yeah. I'm saying there would be zero viewership. No, there wouldn't, because there's a lot of people who don't bet watching the stream. There's a lot of people who actually care about the game. They do care about what's happening with Metizport or with Sangal. So, you know. 1 + 1 isn't 3. Sorry. Commentator is so rude. No, I actually have to say it. It's exactly what Professor Dave said. With flat Earth theories, you don't talk like they're kids. You kind of have to insult them at that point because they're coming up with some very crazy theories at this point. So you just say what it is. Some people want to poll. We can poll it in a second. Quick push from bathrooms. Nice entry. Salsal is the one to open it up. That's going to be Linus with the second one. And here again, we can see the CT sides is starting to fall down. No risks being taken pretty much. Just standard holds. And especially with these teams. The issue is that they know how to take those entries. Jaquinho tries to go for a peek there. Salsal very off spot with that angle. And that's just pretty much going to be Adam with the last kill. And the only kill. And this could actually be a second overtime. Netflix series. EPL Pro League. Season 13. Is it a scam? Oh god, some people need therapy. That's okay. Like I said, it's your life. Don't change. Well, we still have a game here. Round to be played for Sangal. The only thing that they need is 1. Metizport. Could they make it a 16? Or is it gonna be GG? GG or overtime? Actually, that's a good question for the chat. Hey, betters. You wanna bet? GG or overtime? Should we actually go for a prediction? But the problem is I'm not that quick too. Right, that's the problem. Alright. A lot of people saying it's overtime. Okay, overtime easy. Overtime number 2. Somebody said GG. Let's check it out. If Ian Desu is right, I'm gonna give you a flower. A new round, so, like I said, the problem has been the CT side. A few shots to the smoke. Not really getting any shots in towards any players. Meanwhile, Jaquinho, deep Bathrooms control. Doesn't really spot any players here. Well, long push from the side of Salsal, trying to clear every single angle here. Getting a bit of control and pushing closer to long. That's a minute left on the clock. That's a lot of space being given for the side of Sangal for their executions already, especially with Salsal's control here long. He can actually hear what's happening towards the bathrooms. Quick utility being used. just to get some kind of a reaction, and as CTR is not gonna get any, that might actually be false information. Oh no. Depending on what they want to go for. This could be the round. Jacquinho has been already spotted from the up angle. Drops one of the players. That's gonna be GTR with one as well. Jacquinho is starting to make this again, but the problem is with the overburning push from both of the players and Saxfloud on the reload. 20 seconds left on the board, and the spray coming in from Nilo makes this happen. And finally, Metizport, they actually lock it down. And with a little bit of risks, they actually managed to win this. And who actually said it was gonna... I am Desu. Told you, GG. I'm gonna give you a flower right here. Good job on the pick. Flower. Aren't there any flowers here? I'm not entirely... I'm just gonna give you this, the hard logo. Good job. So, yeah. Fixed. Whatever outcome comes out, it's always fixed. The Earth is flat, yeah. So, we're gonna hop... The Earth is a RuneScape playground. We're gonna take a little bit of a break and hop back in when we're ready. And then we get to read the crazy comments again. So, let's take a little bit of a break. That's not map number 1. Sangal's own map pick doesn't work out. And that is going to be Metizport enjoying it with a very horrible start on the CT side, but turning it back around on the T side. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, hop back in here when we're ready, and see you in about 10 minutes or so. Get some water, because I have a lot of better tiers in this canister already. I'm going to enjoy them soon. Thank you. welcome to the next map, which is Vertigo. And a beautiful start to the best of 3 as Metizport are going to win Sangal's on map pick. And actually, I have to say it, they kind of did a full swing on that one. Sangal got a choking at the end. And the CT side seems to be the, well, the weakness of both of the teams, and we are going to be hopping into Vertigo, which will be picked, which was picked up by Metizport, and this is supposed to be a very good map for them as well. Let me actually check out some scores really quickly, some stats, something to base my information on. And like I can see over here, yeah, Vertigo 60%, 10 maps in play. Meanwhile, Sangal 5 maps and 20%, not that good. Jackinho starting off with the first kill on towards X-Cloud, sorry. And that is the first quick kill of the round. And to be honest, a good player being dropped. Jackinho, meanwhile, from the backlines, actually gets 2 kills as well. Jackinho gets 1, and that's going to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. So the retake already starting to set off for that B-side execution. Smoke to go for the retake on top of the plywoods. We're actually the panels there. That's gonna be from the catwalk. Youngster actually gets 2. The problem is a little bit of a sloppy spray coming in from ZTR. Doesn't really control that. I think that was a USP. And Youngster gets 3 at the end. They get the first round. And the T side starts off pretty well. Hey Caster, I did a lot of things. I wouldn't drink my tears. I don't know. If they're getting filtered through you, I might just get the boost. Bro, God created the Earth 2024. 2024 years ago. Are you guys dumb? Yeah, because it's like... I think their calculation starts from 0. I think Christians, they think that the Earth is like 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years old or something like that. That's interesting. And you know... From the line of that smoke finds CTR, even Nilo, but the quick push through it. It's gonna work out for the side of Jackinho. I think they got the control of that AK. Adam is already saving it. Finally, the Jesus stream. Yeah, we had a few conversations over here already. It's just interesting. I do try to respect, I'm not a believer myself, but I do try to respect some of the beliefs that people have. It's okay. As long as they don't try to push it on other people, that's okay. Adam goes down, and even the save for that AK is being taken care of. That's going to be a quick round again. And I think the funnel can step into a gun round, so they can actually go for a buy. Yeah, I have to inform you guys, my glasses just broke, so that's fun. Or the thing that holds your... whatever it is. Gaster, are you able to see the player ping values? No, from this HUD, no. I'm pretty. What I see is pretty much what you guys see. I'm Hispanic. I think I'm Latino. Hispanic is more Spaniards. Yeah, I'm Latino. Soy Latino from Dominican Republic, representing Finland. Back to the game. A full buy round coming in from the side of Metizport. Finally, they can actually answer back. M4s and an MP9. Adam is going to find a first shot through the smoke. That's going to be a line that's been taken care of. Quick shot for the man. Molotov's been dropped. Even the defensive smoke for the head box here. And behind it, finding the first kill. Susp makes it a very good round for itself. That's going to be ZTR with the second one. And they know that through the lines, already a player pushed, so the bomb has been... Actually, it's that's a little bit of a bug on the map, it seems like, but... Still in the hands of Gandino. Through the smoke, there's a little bit of a gap where both of the players can actually shoot through X-Cloud. Gets 1 through the smoke. But actually gets the second one on the swing. So at least he's taking care of some of the money. But the MP9 finds the last shot. And X-Cloud hits the floor. No wonder you're a funny commentator. Latinos on top. Thank you, thank you. To be honest, that was kind of serious. The last segment, but yeah. Like I keep saying, it's entirely okay for you to think, and I do understand frustration. Like, it is frustrating when you put your life savings on a CS game for some reason, but the only issue we have is this: don't make it other people's problems, okay? For you to come with the conspiracy theories and just to... Because it's very insulting for the teams. That's what pisses me off the most. is that these teams have been grinding and playing throughout just trying to get better. And it always is a little bit disheartening to see people just try to fucking insult them for some reason, so... Because you have to think about some of these teams, they're getting death threats because of betters. And that's insane. So people need to stop. Quick few frags at the start. That's gonna be 2 lost from both sides. ZTR, the one to hold down that middle, he's gonna get help from his teammates. Meanwhile, or well, teammate, as his teammates in plural just went down by 1. Meanwhile, push for the backside. Gangino with a beautiful peek. 3 kills in this round entirely, and makes it look easy. Very good start. Yeah, lovely to see crime betters when you just enjoy CS. Yes, exactly. There's a reason why people just watch games and don't bet. Because they enjoy the game. Yeah. And it's, to be honest, there's no problem with spicing up some of the games with a bet. It's entirely okay. Just do it responsibly, okay? Sausal. One to hold down the B push. It seems like Metizport don't want to go for a little swing here with those USBs. They don't have the flash. Sometimes you can actually see just a single flash in the setup. Especially if they decide to go for a full B push. That could work out for the CT sides very well. But they are going to be just pretty much giving out hope here. And it seems like Sangal already probed that A side. They have the understanding. Nobody has been pretty much spotted so far. So it pretty much means that it's going to be a B side stack. They have A side full in their control. And the bomb can be planted. No issues at all. Sangal. Wait a minute, USB first shot, Nyla gets the second. Gets a little bit out of hand, but it's okay. Through the Molotov, that is just gonna be desperate at this point. X-Flood, I think he got 4, yeah. 4 kills on that push. Takes care of pretty much everybody behind the smoke. Makes it look easy as well. Gangino is pretty much the only one to get the first kill. And that's a round. Yeah, that's awesome. If you get into the games and for example, when I usually bet, I usually like to bet on FaZe's games. So if FaZe loses, it's okay. It breaks my heart if FaZe loses. I love the team so much. I love Carrigan. Carrigan as an IGL. We can have a conversation about this, but Carrigan as IGL, in my opinion, the best one. Not even a question. But it just brings that extra set of hype. But I bet very rarely. Very rarely. To be honest, I think I've been bet since the last major. Or actually the previous major. I think it was Antwerp that I was betting the last time, yeah. So yeah. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what kind of a situation I have at the moment. X-Flood with the first peek from middle. ZTR is the one to drop in quickly. That was very quick from that M4. A nice positioning, and Metizport starting off this round really well. Round number 6 seems to be going their way, especially with the utility damage being done at the start as well. Sangal, like sheeps, have been herded towards that A side. Still, Metizport's the only damage being taken from the side of Nilo. 18 points of damage, meanwhile Susp only a point, nothing else. It's a slow round. Line is on the lead with Ganginho. We haven't really seen that many op duels. It's gonna be Sausal to actually take care of that op wielding at this point. Some basic utility, defensive smokes coming in for the CT side as well. That's a lot of control for the side of the CTs from short already. Youngstar is gonna go for the kill, but the problem is CTR with you. Actually, that was Nyla in between. Jackino gets 1, and Gangino already trying to spread to the side. It just doesn't work. The bomb drops, and that's the round. Metizport to actually save 3 weapons for the next round, and that's the game, or actually round there. Carrigan is the glue of FaZe IGL though. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but yeah, Carrigan is kind of the glue, and I think the style of in-game leadership that Carrigan brings to FaZe is why that Superman roster works. For example, you put pretty much anybody else in that roster as an in-game leader, I don't think it's gonna work that well. So yeah. He's been pretty much shown already, like, the best in-game leader to work in systems like this. Nice kill from Youngstar. Starting off, spotting the player, but trailing through the plywood. Drusp, Sisp, and that's pretty much done. Carrigan is the clue, Rain is the architect. Okay. Somebody has been listening to... I think it's... Whose casting is that? Carrigan is the clue. I think it's... Maybe it's Anders? I'm not entirely sure. Adam. Close from short. Going for some drills through the scaffolding there. Haven't really been spotted that much. It's just gonna be some defensive Molotovs coming as well. Adam trying to go for that pick and just get some information at the moment. Metizport, they really have no idea what's happening on the map at the moment. They have middle, and B-side has been passively held, but the problem is that Sangal's every single player is just pretty much posting underneath that A ramp. And it's just going to be one big ball as they're going to be executing towards that A side. Meanwhile, A-side activation. That's going to be a smoke to the right side. Adam is going to find the first shot. A little bit of a sloppy spray, and Jaquinho, he still gets one. Molotov being spotted. Wait a minute. Jux actually spots CTR, but he forgets to shoot. That's going to be the Molotov for the side. It's going to play a little bit, a few seconds more off the clock, and it's going to give an opportunity for CTR, but through the smoke, Linus finds the headshot. And that's the round. What a beautiful spray through the smoke, and to be honest, if he didn't get that one, that gives ZTR just a little bit of a chance to make it happen. So, does tip to the casters actually give you tips? Of course, I'm so close to a Lamborghini, so guys, please tip me. Every single tip they count. Comes directly from the National Gold Garage from, I think, from America. I'm not totally sure what the fuck I'm saying at the moment, but yeah. Yeah, those tips, yeah, they do count. Thank you. Oh, look at the money. Oh, money. Yes. Oh, yeah. Underneath that box, Jaquinho has been spotted. Oh, that MAC-10 is just a little bit sloppy. Doesn't really do that much drill damage, but it doesn't matter. Susp still finds the first shot of the round. Adam, with the deagle, gets one. It starts off pretty well. You're welcome, thank you. Oh, the Lamborghini. Oh, I can smell the interior already. Susp with the second kill of the round. Wait a minute. This is supposed to be a little bit of a sloppy buy from the side of Metizport, but Sangal, they're getting caught off guard pretty heavily now. And the line is going for the peaks information. They still could execute towards that B side and make it theirs, but the problem is it needs to be a clean push. Behind the quad already a player spotted. That's going to be the MAC-10 to entry. Flashed behind it as well. ZTR is the one to drop Linus. And from the clock, only gets one, and it's going to be Nyla to shut it down. Two players survive. They actually get the last two weaponry as well. And Metizport to actually turn around a round that it was supposed to be a little bit of a cheaper and a sloppy buy here. Like you can see, forced weapons throughout. Barely any armor as well. And Sangal, maybe the one-by-one playstyle at this round doesn't work, trying to probe for information, and they pretty much just give every single entry for the side of Metizports. Nice round. And it works. Super refreshing to see caster streams that allows offensive. Well, not really offensive, but you do have the chance to talk your minds. In my opinion, the best cure for idiots is to let them speak. That's gotta be the double kill from short. Adam opening it up pretty quickly. Actually brings it back after that first frag. This round is starting to look very good for the side of Metizport. That's going to be even the Molotov for short. It actually pushes them to go for the peak, and it's actually going to work even for the side of Sangal. aTTaX even finding a kill here, and a little bit of a sloppy AK spray coming in, but it's a 2-on-2. The situation gets reset. Molotov behind the backside. And Susp, oh, he has the angle, but he gets dinked in the face from that AK. ZTR left alone. The bomb not being planted from the door. Tries to go for a peek. aXFloud. 4 kills in this round. And after disastrous start that they have from that short, he just turns it around. That is awesome. Oh god. Nice kills. aXFloud definitely very strong in that AK. Anytime you try to go against him with that rifle, feels like he gets a 4 kill. Meanwhile, very quiet round. Nice pop flash behind the smoke is going to be playing Adam and Charlie off of that corner. Chaquinho gets 1. That's going to be CTR with the second one. Tries to go for 1 more, but Ganguinho. AK control. Works out beautifully. B side seems to be the prize here. Push to the closer angle Susp. It's a little bit late on a trigger pull. Nilo does get 1 from middle, but Salsal on the right hand push from that generator makes it happen, makes it clean, and it's done. I'm not entirely sure what happened with Susp there. Kind of left. It seemed like he was a little bit confused on the push. Maybe try and go for a little bit more. And Salsal. If I remember correctly, Salsal should be... He's Spanish, isn't it? Yeah, Salsal, yeah. He played on Movistar Riders, yeah. Cool to see. To be honest, we're kind of waiting for some of the Tier 2, Tier 3 teams to level up. Especially now that the game has been changed. It's kind of a little bit of a reset for everybody. Nice Molotov behind the plywood. Oh, the execution coming in, but Youngstar and Linus, the ones to take care of it. Not losing a player. Oh, of course, when I say it, that USP is just gonna laser. Adam is just gonna laser Ganguinho, and Sangal already with a ridiculous T-side here. 8-3. And it's looking very, very good. Give me a second, I'm gonna close the door. Sorry, boys, I need to close the door before the betters get in here. Already stinks of desperation. Adam, starting off duel, drops Ganguinho. I'm not entirely sure, there was a little bit of a gap in towards that smoke. There is the Carrigan smoke that they can actually throw to get a little bit more control from the map. And Youngstar already pushed from short all the time. It could be good, but really good swing from Adam. Just baiting him on that first shot. Goes for the quick push. And that's going to be the 2 entries that needed from the side of Metizport to actually win the last round. Molotov for the sandbag. Chaquinho just pretty much going to smoke himself off. That's going to play a little bit more time. And from Crane, Adam keeps A side alive. Chaquinho, he doesn't actually have to do a move here. Doesn't have to do anything. This is playing so much time off the clock. And ZTR even finds 1. That's gonna be Salsa left alone in a 1 versus 5. The op shot hits, but close angle. Even a player already underneath him, and that's gonna be Adam to drop it down. They get the 4th one, but now what they are going to be needing is some very good T-side rounds, especially the pistol round after that, and even the first gun round to even think about a comeback. Not the worst spot to be at, especially with their map pick. Their T-side is supposed to be, well, lively, if you want to use that word. Let me actually get some information from Metizport. This is their own map pick. Their CT side was 46%, 47% to be honest. 53% on their T side. And T-side win percentage on the pistol rounds 57.5. So there is a little bit of a chance that we can actually see a little bit of swap here, but with a marginal like this on the rounds, it is possible just by a few mistakes for Sangal to actually turn this around. Let me actually get some information on Sangal's map rounds. They have a 20% here on Vertigo. CT side is actually the weaker side here as well. It's gonna be T side with 56.25. So CT side is 43.75. Interesting. Sausal want to hold from the quad. He's gonna get the first, even the second one full. I'm not entirely sure how he's doing this. Linus finds one, and Sangal, the round that is needed from the side of Metizport, just gets dropped on the floor on that execution. Sausal. What headshots are we actually seeing from this man? And I'm not entirely sure if he was actually a little bit blinded as well. From our screen, it seemed like he was flashed, but we didn't actually see any from the kill feed, so it might be a spectator bug. Behind a quad, Nilo gets the first headshot to bring it a little bit closer, but those dualies actually are not going to do anything. Axflood goes down. That's a 1 versus 2. Linus and Youngstar against Nilo. Yeah. Linus is still posting behind the plywood. Nilo has to actually check this out. He goes for it, but the setup behind the site works. And Sangal, by the hair of one player, gets away. Yeah, okay. From this perspective, we can actually see it. So it was a flash, but it happened between the two players. And it was a team flash, so it's not actually shown on the scoreboard. That's okay. Oh, this chat is making me very happy today. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm not trying to be mean with this comment, but I was actually thinking about, like, who actually falls for flat earth theory? Now I really know. Now I know. Now I know. Well, underneath the catwalk, that's gonna be the first peek. Sausal finds the first one, goes for the second. That's gonna be his teammate to help out. And they know it's just gonna be pretty much a pistol push from the T side stairs there. P9 not really finding a shot. The only thing it is pretty much just a bullet to the last player. Nilo with 13 HP. The dropping shot coming in. Ganagino makes it a 1,200 bucks. And that's the round. Yeah. What if I told you people that Spider-Man, it's not actually a story. It's a real thing that happened. It would be actually cool to have some superheroes in this world. What's your favorite superhero, chat? Meanwhile, Sausal swing. The timing's a little bit off. Susp. Before he even actually spots the player gets dropped. Does a little bit damage onto him. 52. Batman. Okay. Milkman. Oh. Is Milkman the man that your dad went to visit, never came back? Ha! Just a joke, just a joke. Hitting a little bit deep, you know? Alright. Rigged Man. Oh, that's the chat's favorite, of course, yeah. Okay, yeah. Molotov for the short hold there. Meanwhile, Sangal still, they have a very aggressive hold behind a pillar, actually spotting it down. The player, that's going to be Linus with one. And a little bit of a sloppy spray from Youngstar. Gets dropped, and Sangal with two players finally starting to rotate towards the safe side. The smokes has been dropped. This is going to be a little bit of a harder side to push down. The only thing they have to do is just take care of those smokes. The plant has been faked. Axelot gets a move on it. Through the smoke, being cleared easily. Wait a minute, shot through the smoke from Gangino. Knows the angle pretty well. 30 seconds be left on the board. Metizport, they can actually go for the plant finally. But they have to be very careful. Genhino is actually posting on top of the smoke here, so anything that's been shown, you can actually hit that. These bullets not really finding any players, so... Genhino might actually go for the save here for that op. And that is exactly what's about to happen. Metizport, they find their 5th. Sangal. Not really finding any luck here on the first real gun round. Does Genhino has enough HP to save here? I think this does. Wait a minute. Yeah, yeah, I was wondering, like, not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Even if it teleported to the second building, he's gonna die there, so... Maybe running after the Opera could have been a point, but... Maybe they were afraid of giving him 300 extra bucks. There is, of course, the chance for them to get the kill, so... Not entirely sure how they see it at the moment. Relaxed round again. Youngstar is gonna find the first opening duel through the smoke. There's just a little bit of a gap again. Works out for them. And a sloppy spray Linus with xFloud dropping down everything in that smoke. And Nilo left in a 9 HP situation against these players here. Towards the ramp, he wants that frag. Bring it to a tree and actually gets it. Linus pretty much steps into a little bit of a awkward duel there. And round stagnates just a bit. Nothing really happens. Good positions from the side of Metizport. And long angles. So, if they actually miss any of these bullets, they can just back off into a little bit of a better spot. And depending on Metizport. I'm not entirely sure what Metis means. I should actually Google that. Metizport. Is that like a harbor or something? I'm not entirely sure. The logo is a boat, so should make sense. xFloud getting into a little bit of a better position here from short, but if they decide to push through that smoke, that could be awesome. Exactly what's about to happen. Susp brings it back to a 2 versus 2, but through the smoke is so gonna go through it. No, the smoke hasn't faded, and that's enough time for Susp to actually get back to the short, and the push coming in. A little bit of a sloppy duel, but Susp wins it anyway and gets away. Gets tagged, both of the players very low, and this was a round where Metizport, they found themselves in a 2 versus 4, and Sangal almost giving it away, and that's exactly what's about to happen. Nilo with Susp, they make it happen, and Sangal, one of the best looking rounds that they could have had in a little while here, hits the pavement. Oh no, oh no, oh no. That aTTaX was beautiful, especially the first frag from short. A very needed kill. xFloud goes for a little bit of a better position there. Understandable. The issue is that the flashes just overcome him at that point. And it doesn't work out for him. Well, into a new round we hop. Just USBs this time around. They're being pretty much spot every single one of them. And that's us with Nilo to take care of that push. Meanwhile, towards the A side, there's gonna be Linus just pretty much posting behind the head box. Just pretty much hoping for a mistake. That could have been it, but the problem is it still just doesn't get the last shot in the enemy. And from door, an extra player, his teammates, goes down. And this round goes for the side of Metizport. 1 kill for Salso, at least something. And now Metizport on their 7th round, and slowly, they're actually starting to make this a little bit of a comeback. It seems like on a back foot, this team is just performing a little bit better. Messi comes from our founding company, Metizport. Give me a second. Let me actually check this out. Our founding company. Are you in the organization? That's kind of cool. Metizport AS. What is this? Simplify Maritime ESG reporting. Is this it? Interesting. Ship owners, shipyards, ships and suppliers will benefit from our services. Oh! So if I buy a boat, you guys could actually hit me up with a port? That's awesome. Caster, will you stop talk? No, I will not stop talk. I will start talk because they are giving money for start talk. So I am going to start talk. I'm going to actually be casting the game just like you're talking at the moment. It is going to start, be execute at the moment. Start is coming in about a second. They're not going to stop execute from this. Yeah, that's what you get for being a little dummy. So, catwalk push. That's gonna be sus. Oh, wait a minute. For a second, it looked like Sausal was gonna get an easy frag there, but it's gonna be X1 to get the trade. Sus opens up the duels. That's gonna be Adam to get the kill behind the generator there. And even the utility is going to be pushing Sangal off of that spot. They have literally no control and they kind of have to go for the save. There's nothing they can do anymore. It's done. Oh, yeah. Now you sound like a Finn. Thank you. The accent. 8 rounds for the side of Metizport. Sangal still on the lead. The problem is they haven't really found anything that works for them on the gun rounds. They kind of have to find something. Maybe a push. Maybe some kind of a risk. We're starting to see the same exact rounds from Overpass. The CIA mainlined me into the both teams' voice chats, okay. I bet it's not gonna work for in EPL soon. Oh no. Please don't fire me. I'm for Kumba. Yes. So, anyone know if Susp has... I'm not entirely sure what that question is, but nobody dropped from the server. Alright, meanwhile... Ramp has been gained, the control has been lost. They're not actually gonna go for any of the picks. That's gonna be Youngstar from the close angle, not really hitting a bullet with that deagle. Wait a minute, this could be actually a clean round for the side of Metizport. There's nobody pretty much holding the side from the sandbags long angle. Easy kill coming in for the side of Linus. And that's pretty much the burn underneath Axel. Wait a minute, it doesn't burn him? If that was a piece of me, I would be burned to a crisp, but sometimes, well, the physics in this game might surprise you. And Sangal, off the basis of the 2 buys that they had, well, actually they saved 3 weapons, but it's just the problem is they don't really get any fights with those from any angles. And Metizport's already gaining their 9th round. Sangal a round away from being tied. And you can see the reaction in the chat. Some people are getting mad. Yeah. Very sad. Very sad. What does donut mean? It doesn't actually mean anything. It's a combination of 2 words. Donut, like the donut, like the pastry, and a dodo. We can see some Swedish flags in the chat already. They feel it. Donuts are best, yeah. Interesting. Yes, it is, isn't it? Cast every game from now on. No, didn't you get the memo? I'm gonna get fired soon. M4, whatever the name was, told me it's gonna happen. I'm fired. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Yeah. Because I told his little Ubu team is about to get an ouchie. Yeah. Oh. Actually, Richard Lewis was right. Like, you have the biggest babies in Valorant, but in CS we have some new up-and-coming babies as well. This was supposed to be the sport where we have men. It's men. It's a manly game. We don't cry. We don't cry in the chat. You just say GG, and you go and you punch the desk. But now, well, it's a new era. A lot of whiners and criers. Hopefully we get back to our roots, because back then it was awesome. How did you become a caster? Where did you apply? Well, I didn't actually apply anything. I was just one day. Well, I've been watching esports for pretty much, especially CS:GO and CS. I watched a little bit CS 1.6 from the end, a little bit of Source, and CS:GO was pretty much my whole, like, you know, career. So I played a little bit CS:GO in the team, but then I kind of stopped, and as I saw that career path is not going to take me anywhere, I just started to cast for some fun in my own streams. And a Finnish caster actually picked me up for some reason. He was happy with the way I was doing it. I went to all of the studios here in Finland and kind of created a little bit of a foundation over there. And as some of the jobs here in Finland kind of dried up, I've been, for example, asked to cast the majors here in Finland, which is kind of cool. But the jobs here pretty much dried up, as there's not that many spots for Finnish casters. So I decided to swap it to English, and EPL picked me up. Good times. Fun. Still working on my English, but it's okay. Adam. First shot of the round drops Linus. That's going to be an entry to start it off. Exactly something that Sangal doesn't want to see. It doesn't matter how long they were actually leading. It's getting very close to being tied. Meanwhile, Sangal, they could actually still do it. They can actually drop this back. Gangino here towards the middle, trying to figure out an entry. Nilo still has a very passive angle. They have a very good understanding, but oh my god, he might be actually walking in towards that off bullet. Sausal finds Jaquinho. Meanwhile, from the side, Sausal goes for the second pick. Adam gets the trade on towards Youngstar, and it's a 3 versus 3 situation still. Adam, low on HP, he has to be very careful what he's about to do here. X12 with a high flash, goes for the swing, gets dropped, 1 bullet to the face, and it's done. A side being lost, goes for the second one. Adam with 4 kills in his round. This man is just doing work. And Sausal wondering what happened. Coming so close into a round, and Metizport, they just turned this around like a boat close to a harbor, wherever the Sweden is. An exit frag as the least goes to the side of Sausal, but that's pretty much a swan song at this point. This man is a monster, a machine. Even low HP is still just popping heads. And that's about to beat a round. Hey, Wheezy, welcome to the stream, dude. How you doing? You casting any other games? We actually do have a second best of 3, so that's gonna be interesting. You're going to get fired? Of course. Somebody in the chat said it. I actually got a message from EPL now. They are talking about my resignation. Very sad. Well, hopefully you guys enjoyed the casts. I'm gonna get executed behind the bar. No. EPL is pretty chill. They're cool. I like the way they handle things. They usually like to laugh a lot, so... to be honest, like, in my opinion, we should do, like, a meet the people behind EPL day. You guys would love it. They're funny. Good people. So it's a tie, finally. Kästäätkö nää Suomi-tuottajille? Jos ne pyytää, joo, mutta enemmän keskity Englantiin. Hello. Who will win? Bruh. This one caster forgot was a mute or some. What's up? It's not a hot mic situation. I kept it on for a reason. So, round number... It seems like Wheezy's trying to get a post true, but you have the word MF, so try to take the MF off, then it comes shoot, okay? Then we good. Gangino, of course, now that finally the game is tied, he finds the pressure to go for that first shot, gets it, through the window. That's just gonna be a double for the aTTaX Flood. Jaquinho finally brings it back, but the problem is there's another player. Jaquinho, he doesn't spot it. He goes down. Susp left as the sole player to go for the 1 versus 4 behind the generator. He knows there's a player pretty much once, and one tap so solid in the face. Underneath the window, goes for the second one, makes it a 1 on 2, and actually, the problem is that the bomb is in the middle. They have the control of it, but they don't know it. Coming in from the back lines, goes for the one more. Oh my god, is this about to happen? Actually hurt. Linus goes for the swing, makes it a 4K, and makes it look easy. Metizport, how do you do it? I have no idea, but he made it happen. Sangal. Oh my god, now I understand where they're writing mean things in the chat with broken English. Because they're so pissed that Sangal is pretty much throwing rounds like this. Oh god, what a game. Please don't telecast. Stop now. Oh god. What a play. 1 versus 4, and he makes it look so easy. Oh my god. That is exhilarating. Metizport, they're in a zone now. There is absolutely nothing in these rounds that can stop them. And that has to play with the psych on Sangal's side. Every single round, even if they get 4 kills, it doesn't mean that it's over. Especially with the rounds that we have already spotted. Sangal shook into the core. Nice boost. This time around, Linus is going to come with a clean kill. A little bit of a spray there. Milo drops down, but Jaquinho on the defense goes for the double. That's going to be ZTR with the trade, so it's being brought back to a 3-on-3 again with the starting kill, but the problem is that they just pretty much give it back so quickly. Sausal does win the kill towards B, and again, Adam. He's like a dog biting a bone at the moment. He's just not going to let go. Oh god, this game is just getting crazier. Of course, it has to end now. Please take this to a third map. Now it's getting interesting. Very much so. Gino left, with his team towards the side to go for the retake from the close angle. ZTR on the first salvo. He's gonna miss a few bullets, but Adam, the star from the previous round, left in a 1 versus 2. He knows that they have to get into that side. Already has the first kill. Gets the first put on top of the Tetris. ZT youngster. He gets the clutch. He gets the clutch. And we're still going. Back to a tie, and Sangal on a thread of a needle. They're still balancing their act in CT side. Here on a second map, in the second half, trying to edge this into a third map. Metizport, the only thing they need is just to keep their heads cold and take 2 more rounds. The same goes for the side of Sangal. But just watching these rounds, it literally takes everything out of the gas tank for them to win 1. Timeout from the side of Metizport. They have to talk about what's about to happen. What can they actually do? What's the plan? What's the situation? Where's the executes? Where's the first entries that they need? And they have weaponry to go for a buy here. We're not going to see any ops, except if ZTR is going to be dropping it. I don't think so. AKS has been working so well so far. Sangal. Still wondering. Just look at the bank. If they lose a round now, the only thing they have for the last round is dust. Psyche. Yes, that's how it's supposed to be written. Yeah, Psyche. Psyche. For a second there, my brain just went overtime. Nice starting nade for the sandbags there, but nobody's there to catch it. Just a little bit damage being done, but not that bad. The AK's there to actually go for the first peek, and Gino from the cross angle actually gets the kill. Linus through the smoke is going to drop 1. That's going to be a youngster to activate. Through the smokes, they're doing a lot of work here. And Susp almost even catches a player from the catwalk, but Kanagino gets away with 7 HP. And this time around, it's Susp. Left in a little bit of a questionable spot. Sangal doing a lot of work here to bring this to a 12, to a map point. Spots the head, fights. And already the push coming in from behind as well. So, Susp has been locked with 15 HP. Exactly the amount of kills and deaths that he has as well. Try to go for a clutch. It could be insane. A 1 versus 3, low HP. With the information already also lost. Only a smoke. The only thing at this point that he can do is pretty much try to go for the entries or drop the smoke and go for the plant. But the problem is, it's gonna be rushed. There's a Molotov that could be used as well. He's gonna get the plant. That's at least something that they're gonna give him. But from the cross angle of that site, Explode is pretty much not gonna give him anything else. That's the round. 12-11. Finally, Sangal starting to find a little bit of an edge here. You know it's done when you keep leaving with 10 HP, yeah. I gamble, but the jokes are good. No, it's okay. There's no problem with you gambling, yeah. So, like we said before, like, if you guys enjoy gambling and you enjoy watching the games, that's entirely okay. Just when there are some people that keep screaming in the chat, "Oh my god, the earth is flat!" That's when it gets into a little bit of a crazy territory, but... As long as you can focus on the games, it's okay if you're getting frustrated. That's not a problem, but... So, you betting is not a problem. You guys have actually been pretty cool throughout the game. So, keep it up. Keep the great energy up in the chat. Meanwhile, there's a round to be played for. Either it's going to be Sangal bringing this to a third map, or Metizport finding a chance to lock it down 2-0. I'm not entirely sure what's about to happen, but it doesn't matter. At this point, this game is just getting so crazy. Still a buy from the side of Metizports. I think they're starting to find and feel a bit... Maybe a little bit of a choke coming in. Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe. Through the smoke. A few bullets has been hit. It's gonna be checking in to take just a little bit damage, but he gets off. Fairly alive, no problems. Meanwhile, Sangal already trying to go for... Can we get rallying risk for a round? Okay, let's go for a last round. So, meanwhile, here on the last possible round on 24, it's going to be Youngstar to open up the duel towards Adam. He's getting a headshot directly to the dome, it doesn't matter. But from backside, that's gonna be Nilo. With a perfect shot on towards Youngstar to bring it back to a 4-on-4 situation. And that's gonna be CTR. A little bit low, but they know that A side is still the main side to actually to be hold. They want to push. And Linus is going for the frags, but behind the smoke he gets a beautiful kill. It's gonna be Chakinio with a quick trade. And we're getting back to the normal casting because that's about to break my head in about a second, so okay. Susp still has the control from the last possible spot that I think they... I'm not entirely sure if they spotted Explode being pushed over here already, but they know for a few rounds the push has been from behind, and Susp drops Explode. That is a one-man lead in this situation. The push coming in with the Deagle. Getting in, he definitely wants to bring this back. Oh my god, he makes the noise at the wrong possible time! Metizport! They have been playing this so well! The fake for the B-side works out perfectly. And that's gonna leave 10 seconds for the bomb, and the bomb goes down. Southall in a 1 versus 3 reverse situation from the last round. Can he actually do it? We're about to see Sangal steal Sam control. Southall, he knows there's a player there. He knows these spots, but the problem is if they don't give him an inch, they're not gonna give him a mile. Flash for the upper side, goes for the pick, short. Bullets misses, and they're gonna go for an overtime. 12-12 Metizports. From 4-8 after losing a pistol, they actually make this happen. You can hear Sangal's betters at the moment melting in the chat. They're like from the episode of Lost Ark. After opening that box, well, face goes to dust. What is this? Is this caster a racist? Wait a minute, how was a racist? Alright. Interesting. That's an interesting take. Well, like I said, anybody can have their own opinions. Let's open up the window here. Oh god. First round of the first overtime. Caster is a toxic poro. Yes. Close angles. This is going to be weight lifted off from the side of Metizport. This is gonna be awesome. Good nade for the sandbag over to the push coming in from short, but the quick tray from the side of Adam. But the player that he actually threw that, jucked that nade. And it's gonna be Youngstar to bring it back to a little bit of a lead. So Sangal, they start off this round very well. And I'm not entirely sure if Sausal heard the boost. He should be aware of that corner. If anybody has played Vertigo, there's always pretty much a boost there. Push coming in, Nilo. He's not even gonna go for it. Sausal gets dropped behind a quad. Already starting off. That's gonna be the trade from Gargino. Goes for the second one. Wait a minute. For a second, it looked like he actually hit the player, but no. A 2 versus 2. There's a player behind the generator. So close. The smoke for the CT angle to get a little bit more space, but look at the push coming in from behind. Oh, Axe Cloud. Beautiful spot. Goes for the first. He misses the second one. Check in here. What the fuck is happening?
Bomb has been planted.
No! Okay, here's a little bit of a trick for you boys, okay? If you ever thought that this game was scripted, you cannot script something like that, okay? You cannot script something like that. So, please, give a little bit of a round of an applaud for Jaquinho to reacting to that situation so quick. Look at that! Oh my god! The round that was supposed to be Sangal so easily theirs. With the best lurk we have seen throughout this game. And X-Cloud, he's gonna see nightmares from that round. I think he hit him in the face. I'm not entirely sure if he actually hit the headshot. I don't think he did. I think he hit him in the body on the second. Oh god, that has to be tilting. Meanwhile, Sausal underneath the stairs. Control from B side. Already been extended to the lower side of this map. Nilo. Just look at this. Across the map, a little bit control being held for the side of Metizport. They haven't still actually spotted the player underneath the stairs there. Finally going for the fights. That's gonna be the Molotov and Jaquinho. He's definitely gonna go for the fight. Duel is coming in. ZTR gets dropped to 10. Barely alive, and that's gonna be Youngstar with a kill on towards Adam. And they know the round was supposed to be there. Nilo through the smoke is gonna actually avenge his teammate, but the problem is he's been left alone in a 1 versus 3. With the bomb, he could actually do a lot here. 40 seconds being left. The only thing he has to do is pretty much dodge the fight towards the side, and that gives him just a little bit of a chance. The problem is, I'm not sure if he knows that there's 2 players already pushing behind him. Op shot. The flick of the wrist is gonna hit. And that's a clean kill. Very, very insane rounds. Let's give a little bit of a crazy person just a little bit of a time out there, or a ban. So enjoy, Mafia Paus. No hyping, or actual hyping is fine. Go for the hypes. Underneath ladders, there's a hole coming in for CTR. Meanwhile, Sangal. Seems like Metizport, they have new stalls for every round here. That's gonna be CTR to pretty much Molotov short. So the second that Linus goes for the pick, they can actually drop that Molotov. That's exactly what's about to happen. So he's been cut off. This is a very hard situation for Linus to get out of. And he needs his teammates' help. That's gonna be the sandbag duel. It's gonna work out, but he goes down directly afterwards. Jaquinho with a beautiful trade, and Susp opening up the rest of the catwalk. Youngstar goes down, and Sausal just pretty much left. Defend this for himself. That Molotov is actually gonna push the T's back towards the ramp. And Metizport, they really don't need to go for an execution yet. Just 50 seconds left on 55 seconds left on the board. Just a lot of time to play around with. Now, what did they want to do with it? Sausal taking a peek towards the short. So that's going to be Jaquinho on the first one on the line. Turns around at the best possible timing and brings it back to a 3 versus 3. So a little bit of a tight situation and a possibility. But if CTR goes for the spray through the smoke, oh god, of course, it's the last bullet to hit. And he gets the kill. That means that A side is fully open. Through the box, a headshot on towards Susp. He just can't catch a break. 20 seconds being left. That's going to be the Molotov for the plant. 20. Oh god, even a kill from Headbox and Sangal. They have made this round possible. Nilo. knows there's a player towards the head box, gets the first one. Is this gonna happen again? 6 seconds be left on the board. He goes for the plant, he doesn't go for the kill, but he hears the steps for Max Floud. Oh god, he goes for the swing! And Sangal, on the basis of the clock, they actually win this round. And that comes very close for a second there. I thought he was actually gonna rush X-Floud as he knew where he was. I'm not sure if he had the right idea, the right information. It's a little bit unfortunate, but it works. What a play. These rounds are getting crazy at this point. Donut, your favorite R&B singer? To be honest, I don't know. Who could it be? There's so many. Do you know Gaules? Yes, I know that. Well, isn't he like an influencer caster? Am I right? I'm not sure how to respond to that, but yeah. Okay. Close angle. It's just going to be the middle held off Sangal starting off. So we are going to be switching the sides here. Starting off passively. Pretty much just waiting for any of the pushes from the side of Metizport. I'm so happy to hear you casting. Thank you, Preasy. It's nice to see you in the chat. Always here. I love it. Back from the sandbag, Sekinio goes for the first pick, gets it. That's gonna be Youngstar. Actually gets the trade for the crane, but the problem is that Sekinio is still alive. So he finishes it off with that nade. And Susp close to the window angle. And it's just waiting for anybody to push. He gets the information, backs off back towards that B. Molly's middle. And that's a lot of space for the side of Metizport to actually go for the information. Through the smoke, they're gonna do a little bit damage, but it's gonna be Axflout to get the kill. And the nade for the background doesn't really do anything, and Susp is still alive. On top of the double stacked boxes, he's gonna find Sassel. And the bomb solo in the side goes for the left side peak, but the problem is it's not gonna hit, and the double swing works out for Susp. And Metizports on their 14 already, making this a tie. And as long as they can keep this up, they can actually wing it directly from this side. But it means that Sangal, they have the same chance. The only thing they need is 2 rounds. Sangal, they're definitely not out yet. They really want to fight for that third map. But Metizport, of course, they want to take this 2-0. They don't really want to give the opportunity away. The upper bracket pretty much just waiting for a team. And like I said, neither of these teams are being dropped yet, so it's not over for anybody. They're just going to be dropping to the lower bracket if they go down. But of course you want to continue from the upper bracket. That's just going to give you a little bit of a lifeline. So if anything happens later on to tournament. And Sangal, they definitely have the chance still. So they played a very good overpass. By a brink of a hair, pretty much lost it. And here on Metizport's own mapping, they're actually making this very, very close. Push coming in, fully blind, can't see anything. Susp is gonna get the... Actually, that's a nade that drops Housel. Nilo with the second kill of that round, and Sangal with a minute left on the board. Oh, look at that. A-side fully lost. That's a lot of space. Now Youngstar, he needs kills. He needs frags. That pretty much means that they can convert this into a round, but it seems like Adam has a little bit of an idea that there might be a player close to this angle as they are already pushing. Gets the first information, and already Jaquinho on the trade. This is going to play for the CT side, even though if the bomb goes down, not the worst situation to be at. Outside of the barrier, that's going to be Axflow Trust trying to pretty much play for the rest of the round here. So Ganino, he has to make a lot of noise. Try to change as many barrels to the pretty much every crosshair needs to be rotated against him. Axflow inside the smoke, already being spotted. Chuk, oh, 1 kill. Oh, wait a minute. Chiquinho gets the first kill afterwards. Ganino through the smoke. That happened so fast. And Metizports already under 15. Oh no. You know, when watching Counter-Strike makes you question if you actually know Counter-Strike, this game. Yeah, it is. Some of these situations, they get hectic. So when you try to talk about some of these rounds in a way of, you know, theoretically, the problem is they don't really make sense. But for the players, it does. They react in the right situations, and it just gets a little bit out of hand. So, especially been doing... There are some mistakes here and there, of course. But you can't say that you haven't seen some skillful plays already. Most of these rounds just insane at this point. Smoke for the lower side of that short push. And to think about the fact that this game could have been already over. Only if xFloud got both of the kills towards that B side. Just slopping the spray on the last player. Quick entry, Youngstar is gonna find a bullet. From middle, ZTR activates at the perfect timing on top of the sandbag, gets the kill. That's gonna be sus from the B side stairs. And a 2 versus 5 already. Linus with his teammate Ganginho. Oh, this is just a little bit of a swan song of a round. They get the entry behind the quad, but the problem is Nilo in the smoke. Oh, he turns around at the worst possible timing, tries to go for the smoke push. Just a few seconds more, and that could have worked out. And a fake plant coming in. No utility dropping on top of the side, so he can actually go for the plant. This might be a fake. They actually do have a Molotov still to burn him off, but CTR is not going to use it. It's going to be used for the retake. They're going to wait for the smoke to clear off, and after that, we're going to get the push. Linus posting. That's a new smoke, but in the meanwhile of that, I think they're going to come true. Wait a minute. Almost half of the clock being played from the bomb. And a utility already being dropped. That's gonna be Adam to spot that there's nobody playing from the close left side. Even from the side, beautiful spray. Ganginho left and dropped through the smoke. That's gonna be Yakinio and Adam on the retake to bring it to a 16. And that is Metizport actually winning this 2-0. 2-0. And making it look very easy. And to be honest, easy is very, very far off the clock. Because to be honest, at the just a little bit of a different situation here and there. Sangal could have been one to win this one 2-0. I have to say, this was one of the most entertaining games that I've been casting in a while. And we got our money's worth. So, that is the first best of 3 for today. Already been played for some reason. HLTV is just, well, just fully crazy. Okay, so let's hop over here. Computer number 2. Let's check out what the situation is. So, Metizport 2-0 them 16-14 and well 16-14 again here on Vertigo as well, so we didn't even get double overtime. It's a little bit unfortunate that we didn't get a chance to hop into Mirage, but there were some rounds here and there where Sangal could have better play, but it came very close, especially with the xFloud's lurk from the backside. It's a little bit unfortunate he didn't get the last shot on towards the player on the side. Chequinho turns around and drops remembers both of the players, and that's just a little bit unfortunate, but it's okay. They're still not dropped, so Sangal, they have a chance to actually go through from the lower bracket, so that's pretty much what happened. That's what's happening at the moment. So Sangal are going to go either against alternate attacks or TSM. We're going to be casting that game next, and it's starting off in I'm not entirely sure when, so we're just gonna wait for a little while. And after that, we're going to be hopping into the second best of 3 today. Yes, I'm going to be casting it. Alternate attacks versus TSM, and the loser of that one is gonna go against Sangal. The winner of that one is gonna go against Metizport. So that's gonna be interesting. See you in a second or two. Guys, take a chill pill. We're gonna see you in the future, and well, get some water, something else. We're gonna see you in a second. See you. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the studios. We're going to be hopping into the second best of 3 today. We have to say, well, the first map was a banger, Metizport, making it a 2-0, but watching the game, it didn't really feel like that was gonna be the upcoming outline, if you want to call it that. So, Sangal, by the edge of the thread, pretty much falling down and finding themselves in the lower bracket. You can see from over here at the moment, they're just pretty much waiting for the loser of the next match, which will be either alternate aTTaX or TSM. And we have been watching a few games from TSM already. Looking pretty good with the lineup in a way of the team play that is working out very well. I think they just need a little bit more freedom in their game style. And, well, I think a 5th player finally, so that could be cool. But from the alternate aTTaX team, you can find Preasy, God60Y, Panics, Perks, and aTTaX. So, this is pretty much their lineup at the moment. I think they're full German, if I remember correctly. They might not have a single non-German. Wait a minute, they have aTTaX and God6Y. I'm not entirely sure how God6Y is supposed to be pronounced, but it's the first time that I'm casting a game for him. God6Y? God6Y? Is that... I'm not entirely sure. Meanwhile, TSM, made out of Valde, Siphon, Joel, Moto, and Quartz, still seems to be backing for the lineup. I'm not entirely sure if they're supposed to be signing him or what the idea here is, but if I remember correctly, there hasn't been any news about signing him fully for the roster yet. Give me a second to check this out if there's any information about it. Would be kind of cool. Yeah, there's still a question mark on the 5th player, so still waiting. Goody. Okay, I'm just gonna go with Goody. That's actually pretty good. So, maps that has been picked: Overpass, Mirage, and Ancient. The one map that we kind of wanted to see on the last best of 3. We didn't get the chance to hop in there as it got paddled down due to nothing. So we're going to be starting on the same map that we started on the last game, but after that we get a Mirage. So TSM deciding to go for the Mirage pick, alternate aTTaX feeling safe on Overpass, and if we need a decider, we still have Ancient, and that's going to be interesting if we actually see anything over there. Meanwhile, the maps that you can actually see the percentage over here, Ancient is at 38 to 45, so it's a little bit, there's a little bit of an edge for TSM on the 3rd map, but for Overpass and Mirage, especially on Overpass, it's kind of, well, actually, TSM, they seem to have a percentage advantage. Meanwhile, alternate aTTaX, they have more maps played there. And on Mirage, it's definitely a TSM pick. So, a 60% on 10 maps. That pretty much means 6 wins and 4 losses. Meanwhile, for the side of alternate aTTaX, 7 maps being played, 28%. So, it's not the best stats that you can actually have in this round. So, that's a little bit questionable, but it is what it is. As we are going to be starting off Overpass. For the pistol round, I want to see some stats. There are win for the CT side entirely is going to be 59 and 58, but for the pistol rounds, TSM has the edge here. There is I'm starting to get a little bit of an inkling that there is a 2-0 possibility. Depends how they start off, but alternate aTTaX is not supposed to be pretty much a walkover team. So I think we're gonna get a fight, but the question is what kind. Well, we're about to figure out in about a second. You can actually see some of the Toronto matches as well. Sangal is still waiting for the next one to start, but I think it was Into the Breach versus... Give me a second, let me actually get the information over here. That's the today matches already been played. It's gonna show it in a second. Let's actually open up the board over here. Yeah, it's Sinners, yeah. Sinners versus Into the Breach. Sinners lost their respectable game against Preasy 2-1, so... Getting kind of close there with one map, but getting absolutely destroyed on the last one. So that's a harsh punishment, I guess. So that's it. We are going to be hopping into the game in about a second, just waiting for the players to hop. Let me actually check out if there's any players on the server already. I think the bot showed that some of the players, yeah, all 5 players are waiting for the game to start. So we are about to start now. There's still some timeouts being talked about. Let me actually ask the production if they know if there's a little bit of if there's a delay coming in. Let's talk with them. So yeah. Okay. So there might be a little bit of a delay, but we're just going to be panning it through. So I was about to talk about. So for the pistol round, of course, TSM, if they manage to win this map, it pretty much looks very good for themselves with Mirage. But alternate aTTaX, I haven't really watched that many games out of them Just a few bypass games here and there, and to check out their stats, for example, in these maps, on Mirage, the games that they have played, it's the lowest rated map for them, which isn't the best idea, but they kind of did float it on a pool for TSM to pick it as their main map, so maybe that's a punishment. Checking out for some of the teams that they have. Yeah, I was kind of trying to load that for a second. They went against Sprout, 13-8. Little Mix 13-11. Astralis destroyed them 13-3. Light beat Exe, which is a Polish team, destroyed them 13-5. So not really fantastic scorelines over there. Sync, they managed to actually beat them 13-11 against the Polish team against 13-5, and then they won against Space, a Russian team, 13-8. So Mirage seems to be a little bit of a questionable spot that we're going to be starting off with, but checking what's happening towards Overpass. This is kind of cool. This is the cool thing about this tournament, that it kind of links these teams together to try and get a win. Okay, we're getting some. I will be able to watch the whole match for D-Live, but I hope everybody bets hits and they get to do good. Okay, that's one way to say it. Good luck, everyone. Well, that's kind words. Somebody said, sorry, but AA will win. It's gonna be a 2-1. Okay, interesting. Of course, he said the magic flat earth words at the start. When start, there are 2-minute delay. There's a little bit of a delay on the server at the moment, so we are starting soon. A lot of people seem to be voting for the side of TSM, so okay. Shoutouts from Philippines. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a beautiful day over there. By the way, what's the weather like in Philippines? AA about to 2-0 TSM. All right. I will actually pin this comment. I will remember you after this best of 3. Okay. Shout out for Belize. Well, that's cool. Always hot. That's Philippines. Handsome caster, thank you. You're a handsome chatter. I haven't seen your face, but the way you wrote that comment, I'm pretty sure that I'm right. Who you got winning? To be honest, I have a little bit of an edge on towards TSM. Just watching the map percentage. The issue is I haven't watched that many games for the side of alternate aTTaX. So after like 10 rounds in the first map, ask me that question again, okay? I had a viewer from Greenland yesterday. That was the first, to be honest. To be honest, I've never had a viewer from Greenland. I didn't even understand. I didn't even know that they had an internet connection over there. What's Greenland's populated with like 40? Was it like 53,000 people? Let me. Greenland. Okay, the game is about to start. Let me check out the population. 57,000 people. 58 almost. That's not a lot of people. Catawise Tots. FaZe is gonna win it. I have a feeling. Oh, yeah. Well, hopping into Overpass. First map of the second best of 3. And this is about to be interesting. So, Valde is going to be the one to take that B-side defense, and meanwhile, it seems like they have a 4-1 stack, so just the basic information for middle, but of course Joel is the first headshot. Easily cleans Panics off the server. Left to their own devices. Meanwhile, it seems like the last of the push is coming towards the monster. That's gonna be Valde to defense with the first kill. Doesn't really get the second one, but gets the information through the plywood. I'm not entirely sure how that was a clean. Oh, it was actually Quartz from the backlines to drop Goody. And Freeze left to lurk here with his teammate. 2 players in a little bit of an awkward spot. Alternate aTTaX. Their own map is turning a little bit wobbly here. Quartz funds the head of Freeze. With a clean shot, drops him. Perks left as the sole player. Doesn't have the control of the bomb. Finally could actually go for it, but there's a little bit of a hole. Anybody who tries to go for the peek here. A few shots. Not just finding the headshot, and Quartz. He makes it a triple. Back behind Valde. Actually gets the first shot. After that, we actually get a few off-camera shots there as well. An alternate aTTaX on their pistol, trying to fake that middle push, meanwhile, going for that B-side execution. But the problem is Joel executes the player before he actually even gets through the pit. So, a little bit unfortunate. An alternate aTTaX Well, they're finding themselves into the second round without a bomb plan that you can see definitely in a buy. There's a Mac 10, that's actually like a Lille. Deagle and 2 Tech 9s, and that's pretty much their buy at the moment that they have. The question is, do they want to go for the frags or just for a rush? It seems like they want to go for a few picks in middle. Meanwhile, the game just gets reset. And the players from Monster just waiting for a mistake. TSM. Well, they're not about to give them one. No information needed in a round like this where they have a full hold across the map. And alternate aTTaX finding themselves in a little bit of a spot where they kind of have to pressure the CT side just a bit. They maybe push them with a stick. Please do something. Almost a minute played off the clock. An alternate aTTaX without any information. Not even a damage being done. That's the first line of a glimpse that they finally see from long. Sorry, from a side. And finally they're stacking off the push, but there's a hold coming in from short already. Walking in front of the crosshair. Quers finds the double. A little bit of a flash. Finally, the Tech 9 gets a kill. That's going to be Freeze and Perks to open up that B side. Some utility being used, but the rotation is not really that close yet for the nades to do. And I think Joel is going to find the first kill on towards Perks and Moto. I think he spotted Freeze on the water. Of course he did. Goes for the pre-tap. Underneath gets the kill, and that's going to be Valde on towards the B side with the second kill. An alternate aTTaX. At least they get the bomb planted, but the problem is, as a round, it just looks very far away from being around for themselves. Oh no. Did Caster actually cross any lines, hard lines when crossing roasting betters? Can't remember. I don't think so. You just treat them like animals. If you ask my opinion. The good betters, they're okay. But the ones to one in the chat, I don't think there's any lines to be broken with them. You treat them like cockroaches. You stop them, they just keep walking. Then you use fire. If the fire doesn't work, acid. Just like Asmongold's stream. Cockroaches everywhere. I'm not entirely sure how you can actually live with pestles, but that's okay. Some people like it. Oh god. Caster, I don't want you to get fired. You're the best caster ever. It's cool. We'll see. Meanwhile, middle control has been lost. Moto, long distance, is going to find that first off pick. Avzek is going to take that bullet. Goody. Still to find a kill. Has the information about Joe, and he's actually going to give that information for his teammate. Moto goes for the second pick. And it's beautiful. Oh, wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. For a second there, I thought Joel actually got the third kill, but no. He turned away from that. I think it was a similar situation that we saw in the last game. Bro removed my message. Yeah. The whining is just a little bit too much. And a new round here. For a second there, I was 100% sure Joel actually got all those 3 kills. Doesn't matter if he loses one weapon. That's going to be Siphon with the Mac MP9 still on the board. By the way, I'm sure you won't read that message, will you, Caster? What message? That's going to be Panics through the smoke to get the first kill. Gets it quickly. Siphon gets dropped. From that close angle, doesn't really do anything. And Freeze, still with that Deagle, just trying to post anything that's trying to push from the monster. They might actually find a bullet. Now, I'm a little bit questioning what they don't want to go for. Alternate aTTaX with 4 players could actually execute to either of the sides. The problem is the map control. From their perspective, they have no idea what's been happening towards long. Coming coming in, full water control. Quirce does get the kill. It gets a little bit sloppy. Goes for the seconds, but panics. Gets the trade. For a second there, it actually looked like he was gonna get the headshot, but no. And there is Valde still holding for a backside of the water. Molotov for the side, pushes Panics to go for the plant. And Freeze behind a pillar, trying to fight for it, and it's just gonna be a clean retake. TSM again, saving 3 players for the next round, and it's starting to look very good for themselves, especially on the money-wise. And it's round after round, alternate attacks, they almost get the side control fully, even get the plan, but the problem is everything after that, they pretty much just close it. Yeah, AliQSD Hope, I'm gonna give you one more chance to try to be a fucking human in the chat. So, everybody has a style of casting. If you don't like it, please STFU and just mute the stream. This is in the Babby's daycare, the "oh, please tell me about your feelings" stream. This is me casting, I've been paid to do it, and that's how I'm gonna do it, okay? We get it. Thank you. Now, let's get back into it. Like I said, CS has turned into a Valorant stream, pretty much. Haven't seen this much whining since... well, what happened the last time? I don't really even remember. A lot of crying. We used to be cool. CS used to be a cool game. Everybody's tough, you know? Man, you take an axe to work. You don't take the bus. You take a chainsaw. I don't know what happened to us. Well, it's cool. You're the only one whining, Dub. Isn't it you just whining message after message? Come on, man. Wake up, okay? I'm gonna give you a little bit of a timey nappy. Time to go to take a little nappy, okay? After 600 seconds, let's see if you got a new attitude. But meanwhile, back to the round. Alternate attacks losing the first player at the start of the round. Nade for the Toxics. That's gonna do a little bit damage. Quirks doesn't get really phased by it, so at least they understand where the trajectory comes from, and that's gonna be the double nades to open up the first frag from the wall. Beautiful set of sequences coming in, and that's a very good way to start off. The side pushed for that B side. 40 seconds left on the clock, and behind the pillar, we're still trying to fight for it. He's not ready for Offsec to be so close. That's a beautiful entry and a flash for the backside for them to actually try to get a little bit more control. Joel fights for the side. That's gonna be from heaven. Moto drops Freeze. And a 2 versus 1. The problem is alternate attacks with the side control that they have. They pretty much don't do anything with it. And just standing there, it's just gonna be a shooting gallery for the side of TSM, and they retake it back quickly before even the bomb goes down. Oh my god. A bit of an issue there. The execution was on point. Utility usage, perfect. The problem is getting on the site and gaining the control. That's the problem. That's the issue that alternate attacks ran into. At that point, you have to kind of fight with your team and just spread out through the wall. We actually seen that exact same kill coming in the last best of 3, sorry. I think it was Sangal. Oh, sorry, it was actually Linus or GTR. Dropping in terror, I remember. Siphon with a nice spray through the smoke, dropping Freeze as well. And already through it, Gutty tries to go for a pick, and a beautiful set of sequences coming in. I think that's a 4 kill for the side of Siphon. Ex-heroic player making it look very easy. Beautiful, clean, I love it. Did somebody ask for a pantless stream? Okay. Here it is. A buy again for the side of alternate attacks. Not getting the bomb planted the last round. TSM with a 6-0 on the board at the moment. They're making this look very clean. And this is AA's on map pick. They gotta have to start to step it up here. Meanwhile, mid control coming in for the side of TSM, and they actually even have a player on long. That's just a sole player. Quirts being left to fend off the B side. Already a 3-hour cast today behind us. Feels like we actually had a full best of 3 all the time once again. The game's being played to a stretch. That's gonna be Yo from middle. Gets the first frag. That's gonna be Siphon with the second one. Panics. Finds a face full of bullets. An AA. And that's a lot of noise being done for the side of Perks. aTTaX from the backside drops squirts. And B side has been lost, but the problem is the retakes. Again with the information. This time around they're gonna get a little bit closer. Modo goes down. And Freeze actually brings it to a 3 versus 3. And the bomb still not even close to the site. Already you can see from the map, rotations coming in and the lurks from short. They have a player and backside stab as well. That's gonna be Valde. The only thing he has to do is just to play a little bit time off the clock, and Joel, he just has to stay alive. Look at this positioning from Valde. Anything that's happening towards that. Oh, monster kill comes in. Freeze does actually spot him. The problem is he doesn't land a bullet. Or actually hits him once. It's just not enough. Behind the pillar, Perks has been dropped. That's gonna be the Heaven player, Joel, working off with that off very well. The Molotov behind it, and even with the Molo, he gets the kill. Again, a clean retake. 3 players survive for the next round, and this is starting to look like a little bit of a trend for the side of TSM. The money is perfect. What is this? Retakes after retakes. This is exactly what we're talking about. Finding a bit of a issue here on their T side. They actually do find a site control almost every time. Like I keep saying, it's everything after it that is a bit of a problem here. This time, I think it was Freeze actually pushing towards the CT's connector there, getting a little bit more space to play around with. So that part of the push actually works. Oh. Time to cut some woods in RuneScape. Magic logs. Free money. AA yet to post around in their own map. And Perks, well, there's still a buy on a server based off of that bomb plant. They can actually go for something. It seems like they have a Galil on a server. The rest of them is pretty much just an AK straight. 4 AKs for this round, and to be honest, they need those entry frags. The problem is the more players to leave for the last portion of the round, the more they have to retake with. That's going to be Joel to open up the kill against Perks. A beautiful entry, not actually even taking opponent damage. And Goody. Valde is going to be turning around at the perfect time. He spots a player on top of the truck. That's supposed to be an easy one-tap, and exactly where we're gonna get it. Just a bullet to the dome, and it's done. Meanwhile, finally a trade coming in from the side of Goody. Molotov for the CT push. Joel behind the site. And Biergarten, well, is happy at the moment as none of the bombs has been actually planted towards the A side. This might be the first one from the head angle. That's gonna be Goody to go down. Doesn't actually even get a chance to spot, but on top of the truck, panics. Gets close, but it's not even close enough. Joel, with 3 kills on his round, a triple kill, hat-trick for the boy. And Biergarten, well, still lives on for the next day. No explosions. Oh, God. That is fun. T side, almost getting to the site every time. And not even getting close so far. TSM making this look very one-sided. And to be honest, when we're hopping into Mirage after this one, that's about to be a little bit more questionable, as TSM is supposed to be the superior team over there. I'm looking at the earlier games that Alternative aTTaX had over at Mirage. Not looking that good, so Overpass, I have a little bit of an inkling that was the only chance for them to get on the third map, but of course, they might surprise us. Everything is possible. We have seen some turnarounds even in this map. Well, today, we actually already saw one. Freeze readying for that push, and that's gonna be just a tech nice. Queer's trying to play the angle from short. Leaves a little bit too much space for a monster to get that kill. Not the worst thing possible. Meanwhile, Valde tries to separate one of those pushers, but it's going to be Siphon to get the kill. Valde from heaven. And even in a close angle of that short smoke. Yeah, Joel. Well, TSM, they're definitely on a server at the moment. The question is, did somebody forgot to send the connection link for alternate attacks? As they're posting a straight 0 a second timer coming in. Maybe it's time to talk about what's happening. Interesting situation. There is still a chance for them to turn this around. On a CT side, they need the last 3 rounds. Actually, I have to say it. They do kind of start to need the last 3 rounds here and win the pistol. Of course, if they have an insane CT hold, anything is possible. Let me actually check out some stats here quickly. It is alternate attacks, especially on overpass. Actually, their CT side is actually even worse. 48%. It actually, their T side is supposed to be the superior one, but of course, sometimes those numbers might lie a little bit. Maybe today is their CT day. Joel still for a line. Going for the turn timings. That's gonna be his teammate, Moto, holding his back with that op. So pretty much playing it off angle with that from those flash spots. Anybody who wants to go for a long pick, they have these two to deal with. And the push coming in from the side of bathrooms. That's gonna be Perks to lead it. And Goody is going to be the second one to push behind him. Long push. Beautiful spray from... And the AWP finally coming into play. Oh, the no-scope misses. A little bit of a sloppy spray coming in from Perks, but he does get the kill. Important one. Alternate attacks. Oh god, a tight situation. And it seems like they are starting to push towards this B side. I'm not entirely sure if they heard the drop. That might have been a sound cue for the side of TSM. Yeah, the flash is coming in for the monster as well, and the rotation coming and the backstab as well. They definitely heard it. One tap to the face, utility drops to the floor, and already Zyphoon takes care of the first side pusher to the smoke. Panics actually finds a really nice shot, and behind the pillar, he's still trying to fight for it. 10 seconds left on the board, and he has to book it. There's nothing he can do at this point, and the round is done. Oh no. I think it was a drop from the squeaky that they heard. It made a little bit of a mud sound. And that's just an alarm for the CT side to understand, oh, it's just gonna be a B-side push. Easy. Easy peasy lemon skeezy. What a game, what a round. Well, it is what it is. Alternate attacks still yet to post a round on the board. Meanwhile, TSM making it a stable 10. This is not a game where neither of the sides actually drop out of the tournament, so it's not done yet, so... Not the end of the world, but of course a little bit of a shake for the side of the German team. Nice nade. Wait a minute. Goody. For a second it looked like it was going to do a lot more damage. Okay. They actually get away with sufficient enough HP. Meanwhile, from short, that's gonna be Freeze to open the duel against Quirks. And just like that, the rounds lead kind of goes for the side of alternate attacks. Wondering that, or actually checking that Siphon only has 11 HP, but it doesn't seem to be the end of the world as he's going to hit a headshot on Freeze. Pretty much trying to walk in towards that B side. Oh no. A side seems to be the target, and TSM, they're just enjoying this game at the moment. Joel going for the picks, gets the information. I think he spotted the player towards long, And Goody, he has to be very careful, as he's going to be pretty much walking into those bullets. A bullet to the face, one to the body, and that's going to be his game. Pretty much done. 25 seconds left, and Valde on a backstab finds the bomb, and even okay, actually Perks gets the trade. And at the moment, there's a little bit of a question that is starting to arise. Does people in the chat still have hope for alternate attacks? That actually even rhymed for some reason. AA, is it possible for them to get the last round and get 11 in a row? That could be insane. So unfair. What's unfair about it? This is... what? Oh, don't start again. Come on, man. It's CT-sided, guys. Oh, 11 rounds in a straight CT-sided. Okay. Interesting. Especially when their T-side has the better numbers, but okay. 13-0. Okay. That could be actually the first 13-0 that I've ever casted, I think, in CS2. So as long as... well, let's see. Anything is possible. To be honest, I'm kind of hoping that alternate attacks have a ridiculous CT side, but to be honest, like I said, on the stats, it just doesn't say it. At the moment, looking at the game style, it's just not working out. Sometimes you just have those days that anything that an enemy team is doing is just right every single time. Preasy, close angle peek. Siphon is just a little bit quicker on trigger. Querts gets the player going quickly for the kill from Connector, and that is going to be the first 2 duels for the side of TSM easily won. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna take a seat now. TSM dropping me back to the bench. Love it. You know, super team. Okay, some teams. Do we have actually any TSM fans like hoping for this lineup to do better? To be honest, checking out how they started, not the worst. The only problems that I see with this lineup is that they lost a few coaches, like on a shuffle. So, and because they don't actually have even a full lineup at the moment, so it's pretty much just the core. For the future, it would be awesome to see what they can actually do with this project, but they still need to invest just a little bit more. Moto. Let's get the push from... well, that's going to be banana shots. Panics actually gets the drop onto Moto, going for that long peek. Meanwhile, one tap to the back of the head, and Joel makes it a, well, a 12-0. 12-0. Alternate attacks own Mapic. Joel Siphon fan, but that's it. They can do big stuff around these two, in my opinion. Okay. I wouldn't hate the idea to see, for example, Joel Siphon, Valde, Querts, and to be honest, even Modo be in a lineup with a coach. And to just see what happens with the, like, the cohesion. Because the great thing about is, for example, if some of the parts don't work out, you can just later on swap them if you get, like, better parts. But just to try to go for a raw switch, that's... I don't really support that. The problem is that you pretty much could end up in the same situation. And the lineup hasn't actually even been that long around. And they don't even have a full 5, so... I wouldn't really cut anybody yet, you know? But I do understand if people have their favorites, that's entirely okay. The first chance for a 13-0, 13-0. 13 por el 0. Zilch for the side of alternate attacks. The question is, are they gonna leave with a round here? Or with a tail tucked between their legs? Yeah, Valde's the only one with big experience, and I think, yeah... The lineup didn't really work out that well in ends, but I don't think it was entirely, like, Valde's fault. Sometimes just the cohesion doesn't work out. So it would be awesome to see him like a genuine good team. And this project could be it. Meanwhile, behind the pillar, Avsek with the duel is already spotting the first line of pushers, and that's just gonna be the quick swing for the short. Avsek gets one, that's gonna be the second one, and Perks with 2. Querts brings it back with his own 2 kills, actually finds out the on heaven. Wait a minute, it doesn't actually hit the bullets. Wait a minute, what's happening? For a second there, looked like they dinked the player. And alternate attacks very close of getting their first round, and that's going to be Panics. Ripping my hopes away from getting my first 13-0 in CS2. But hey, It's okay. 1 round for alternate attacks. Can they actually start to build on top of it? Question. Okay, let me ask this chat now. Now is a good question. Now is a good time. Is an overtime possible here? That means that they have to get 11 rounds in a row. 11. Not a mistake, not a fail, nothing. Just 11 rounds in a row. Middle peaks coming in from aTTaX. Trying to go for that information. Actually spots one player on a swing. Goes for the long push. There's nobody to help him. This is pretty much him, by himself. Gets a few shots. He's getting actually pushed away from here. He might be a little bit scared to actually lose that M4 for any of the enemies, especially when there's only 2 of them. Okay. Deagle shots throughout the map. Has to scare the enemy team. Nice MP9 shot. That's gonna be Quirch. Dropped quickly. Panics with aTTaX and Freeze. Dropping a few extra players. That's just gonna leave Joel. Can he actually go in for a kill? Especially drops Freeze. That's at least something. And checking the money from the TSM side. Kills are pretty close to each other. They are going to be buying into this round, yes. If you actually... I'm not gonna read that, but okay. So, some people think that it's possible. Some people are very heavily against it. Nice to see that we have a little bit of a separation in the chat. Now, let's check out how many rounds can alternate attacks gain here. It is going to be a full straight buy. AKs across the board. And alternate attacks, this is going to be a hard round to navigate through. Have we ever actually seen an comeback like this in CS2 before? I think FaZe had one of the craziest comebacks so far. I think it was like a 12-4 or something like that. aTTaX gets the first kill onto Joel, drops him, Moto gets the trade quickly. Freeze. Actually, here's every single player rotating. This backstab could be it. Spots the player, gets the kill. That's gonna be the support being dropped. And Valde with the bomb. He kinda needs to get away from the situation. Drops for the bomb. Freeze. With a nice shot. And Moto, behind the smoke, still trying to post that frag. But it's gonna be Panics with the perfect push. Goes the player close to the smoke. And Quirtz left alone. Even with the side control. Doesn't at this point really matter. And a beautiful round for alternate attacks. 3 rounds now. Wirtz is going to try to save that AK for the next round. I want to actually see him try to entry something with this one. And it's very silent. On the CT side, managing to find something that works. Now the question is only if they had a few T side rounds. There could have been a bit of a challenge. The issue is TSM only need to win 1. Off the basis of a rush or anything like that, that is just going to be the round lost. Wait a minute. Is the G2 versus Heroic game today? Is there a game like that? Yeah, it's 14:30. Yeah, okay. Okay. Try to smoke a few bullets. Quirts. Let's gotta find a salvo. Yeah, this was the first round play. Yeah, games. Okay, okay, yeah. True. Meanwhile, across the map, the control goes for the side of TSM. They're actually already pushed from long. Getting a little bit more space here to go for whatever they feel like. Meanwhile, you can just see the players on the CT side trying to understand what's happening. Even the rotation coming back towards that A side. They are committing the bomb more towards this A side at the moment. So TSM I think they're just pretty much waiting for a frag, especially with Joel so close to long, and especially if the swing comes in, Valde is going to be the one to help him out with the kill there. So that's the first entry of the round. TSM already gaining first step to win the first round, and the only round that they need. Falcons versus EF. I think Falcons is going to win that one. They're starting to look very good as a team, but they still need a little bit of time. EF is a very good individual team though, so I'm not saying that they're bad. Meanwhile, the CT defense coming closer towards Banana. Valde finds the second kill, sorry. That's going to be Perks with the trade, but as he's trying to throw utility, Queers finds him with the deagle, and Perks, being left in a bit of a sandwich situation, takes care of the player who's pushing in from long, and goes for the second one towards the Banana. Wait a minute, my brain. Bathrooms. And Goody, in a 1 versus 3, drops the first one. Queers is still low HP. Moto, the only thing he has to do is pretty much trade. The push coming in, spots the player, and that's going to be a triple kill for the side of Goody. And a beautiful one to give alternate aTTaX just a little bit of a hope. Beautiful play. Accurate as always, of course. You have to consider that 2 of the players on the push were a little bit low. But that's nothing to take away from Goody. A little bit questionable, especially with the first spot. That Moto didn't decide to push a little bit closer into that fight. Goody was dancing very well behind the truck though, so not gonna fault Moto too much for that. Just a very good movement in front of the site. Okay, at what point do we believe in a comeback, chat? Is it 8? 4 rounds in the board. That's 4 rounds in a row. Of course, that was the first gun round that we have spotted. The real gun round. Somebody said 11, 10, 8. Okay, at 8. Hell, you and me, we share the same brain. So 4 more rounds and alternate aTTaX, they have a chance. Alzek, we dropped the 19 already. This is going to be a second buy from the side of TSM. They're not going to save. Of course, if they can get rifles, that's what they're going to go for. They have enough utility to go for the place. That flash, a bit off, and Joel tries to go for the hunt, but the defense is just a little bit stronger. Meanwhile, Preasy is going to find the second kill. The trade coming in from Valde is quick. And he leaves TSM in a 3 versus 4, but Avsek is a little bit low still from the start-off fight. He got dinked, but he's still alive. It's enough for him. Heaven hold. Perks behind the site. TSM. As long as they get the site control of the bomb planet, they can actually go for the after plant. And the rotation is going to be far away as 2 of the players are posted towards long, so especially now that Goody is getting a little bit closer now, he could actually answer pretty quickly from short. Meanwhile, Heaven hold. Head's been spotted, double dink coming in from the side. Offset gets the kill, that's gonna be Querch. Dropping Perks. Low HP player still alive. Panics, beautiful shot from that op. And Moto gets the hint. Grabs the bomb and just jeets it out of the B side. That's the round. Tries to save the round. Save the weapon. It's gonna happen. Not the end of the world. TSM still yet to find a round here. Coming very close on their previous round. And especially with these entries. For a second it looked doable. But alternate aTTaX, they're starting to dig their heels a little bit deeper into this defense. And I'd like to see it. A full swing from the German team. Could be something that they need. Especially with the loss from Big yesterday. They definitely want to show what they're made of. This is like watching college football. Yeah, I do actually kind of understand what you mean. Usually they have like one side very locked down, so issues on the other side. Quick kills coming in from Avsek and Freeze. That high tempo is going to work out. Freeze, wait a minute. Alternate aTTaX, they're starting to look a little bit lively here as they just go on for 3 kills at the start of a round underneath. I think that happened under 20 seconds across the map. Getting those entries. Moto is the first one to finally get some kind of a trade. But it's a little bit too late. With 2 players, they can actually still make this happen. Joel making a lot of noise directly in front of Freeze. That's a triple for the round. And TSM, I think Moto hurt him. Moto posting for the push. Oh no! Moto. Drake and Moment right there. Sometimes you hit the easier shots, or sorry, sometimes you hit the hardest shots, but the easier you might miss. And that's exactly what we saw. Bullet just grazes the fabric of that stomach, but doesn't get the kill. Oh no, no. Close rounds. This is gotta be the starting utility, and alternate aTTaX closing into that 8. It's just gonna be the first, well, kind of a half buy round from the side of TSM. Not a full set of rifles with utility. Just Deagles and a Scout. Words posting if anybody wants to go for the information jump. Could be a Deagle shot of the century. Hearing some steps from B side, hearing the rotation. That might actually be wrong information. He might actually think there's only 2 players towards the B side at the moment. That was actually the 4th player to rotate. 1 more player. Now B side should be empty. According to TSM, they might actually have the wrong information still. There's still 2 players, but they heard 2 rotating away. They might actually think there's only 1. That Molotov. Molotov for the short is not going to work out. Panics, goes for the peak, but Joel gets the trade quickly. They make this a 4-4. Still towards Monster. There's a player holding. Joel is going to spec it. The push coming in. It's a little bit sloppy. Doesn't get the kills. And that's going to be the best looking round in a while for CSM. But from the heaven, Panics finds the shot. Wait a minute. How did that bullet miss? For a second, it looked like Valde had that on point. Sorry, Moto had that on point. I'm not entirely sure what it looked like. But from my point of view, it looked like that scout shot was on the center of his head. I'm not entirely sure what that was. Subtic? Or maybe it's what you see is what you get. I'm not sure if he flicked at the last possible moment. I'm a little bit sad that we don't have a replay out of that one. Gaming working as intended. Okay, intended. Maybe he's in the chat at the moment. Playing with the numbers. Panics. Pushed away from the corner. Alex finds the first kill on towards Joel. And these rounds are starting to stack for the side of alternate aTTaX. Slowly and slowly, they're getting these rounds. 2 kills at the start. That's going to be Moto, left with 43 health points to play around with. And it seems like they are coming in the B side. Hold with 3 players in front of Monster. Just pretty much waiting for the push. That's gonna be the flash and the snake to clear out the smoke. They actually spotted the players from the right side off that angle, and Quirch with 2 beautiful shots. But the problem is Freeze already got 2, and that's gonna be Goody to drop the last player, trying to edge from the bridge. TSM, they just need that 1 round that turns it around. Meanwhile, alternate aTTaX. We talked about a comeback. Now, again, the question for the chat. Is it possible that alternate aTTaX are going to bring this to an overtime? We're on an 8th round already. The rounds that we were hoping for came to happen. Typhoon leading the first charge, gets the kill on towards Perks. There's a little bit of utility from the side of CT, is trying to drop towards the site. Joel with the second entry. And the site has been lost. There's still a Goody towards the short. You have to be careful of him. Heaven spot coming in. aTTaX, you have to be careful. He's gonna lose his head, but he's gonna win the fight against Siphon. Getting a little bit questionable. Quartz through the smoke, gets the pusher, and that is going to be alternate attacks left with aTTaX and Panics trying to go for the retake of that side. Burns have been dropped, but is it enough? Of course, they get to their 8th round, and that's where it all goes down. Modo, so close to the CT. I think they actually think this is going to be an A-side push, already splitting one of the players. And Panics getting close to the angle. Modo, one tap to the face, and the bomb finally can be planted. aTTaX. He has to do some heroic plays here to try to bring this one back. Modo so close to the angle, he can't get the information. Goes for the swing, gets the kill. We jinxed it. Yes, we did. Hell, it's our fault. And that's going to be it. Alternate attacks making it look very good here on the CT side. Getting 8 rounds in a row. Not a single round on the T side. It gets close, but not close enough. TSM, they finally lock it down after a few rounds. And I have to say, of course, it's always going to be the cheaper gun by Rush that works out very well. So we're going to be hopping into Mirage next. So we're going to take a little bit of a waiting room live on my channel, Donut. My brain took a little second to understand what okay, I understand now. Yeah, so we have a live, okay. So yeah, we're gonna take a little bit of a break here, hop back in when we're ready, take a little bit of a break, 10 minutes, I think it's usually the standard. And after that, we're going to be hopping into the second map, which is TSM's own map pick, Mirage. Yo, and welcome back to Mirage here on, well, TSM's old map pick. Finally get a new start for the game. And Pillow Cassette, you asked me to address stage situation and did address it, you never answered me back. Please answer me back. So, aTTaX starting on a CT side and TSM, well, they get to start on their own T side that they want to go for. And this is getting a little interesting, especially with Joel so close to short already. That's going to be aTTaX with the close corner and Quez. Just very much pushes from long against the shot. That's going to be Valde with his own. Perks goes down. Joel with the kill on towards Goody. And quick shots from everybody pretty much drops this round. When a minute panics, gets one on towards Moto. Trying to go for that connector pick for short. And that's going to be all she wrote as well. TSM with the bomb plant. Freeze. Trying to push from the B side market. And some of the USB shots not really landing. They really need a kill here. That flash is at least going to give a little bit of a hope, but nobody's really there to see it. So TSM, they're not going to sweat it that much. Quick shot from Freeze. Actually gets one. Drops at least a player. Valde hits the pavement. And Freeze does get one more, but the round is pretty much just done. Yeah, the bomb is going to explode. Zyphone even gets a kill from Ticket. And quickly the game gets into a interesting spot. 1-0 on their own map pick TSM. If they continue with the energy that they had on Overpass, this could be a very good game. Utility being swapped around. Smoke for the window. Oh, wait a minute. That's just a short smoke. Jungle smoke coming into play already there. That smoke is there just to fake the middle push. Meanwhile, the real push coming in from the pit. Quickly, aTTaX finds actually 2 of the first kills. Quers gets the trade. There's still Freeze behind the Ticket. Just waiting for a mistake. Quers does get one more to bring it to a little bit of a doable line, but the problem is the damage. A lot of damage being done already. Even Valde low, Joel very low on HP, Quert's barely limping alive with 2 HP to play around with. Even if a butterfly pretty much hits him at that point, he's dead. Perks gets the drop onto Valde with the nade. Smoke to get a little bit more control from the site. The only thing that's not going to drop Quert's on impact is the smoke impact. Quert's actually finds the second kill on top of the... Oh god, it's coming so close, Joel! Just misses the spray there and Freeze. On a run behind the smoke. Gets a tap to Quer's head. And they actually even bring those guns to the next round. And that buy works from the side of alternate attacks. TSM. Well. Kinda hitting a wall full of bullets there. A well played round. You can have those every now and then. And it seems like we're getting a little bit more out of AA here on the CT side. And especially on Mirage, to think about the fact... Wait a minute, did my TV turn off? Of course it did. Yeah, welcome back. Moto. Beautiful Deagle entry. Molotov being used towards the underground there. That's going to be Goody to throw his nade. I think Joe wanted to go for the short pick. The problem is not going to work out. That flash... He's going to take care of the upper pusher, so Panics can go for the kill and swing for Joel. Meanwhile, Panics gets the drop onto Moto, but Valde with a quick push on that, take 9 drops Panics. Goody. Very quick also on the response. Zyphone and Quartz. Now the question is, what have they pretty much been left to work with? 2 versus 2, which is actually doable. But Zyphone wants to take this slowly. Actually, even grabbing an AK here. With that armor, this is almost like a full buy now. But the problem is Goody is the first one in line. Without head armor, it's going to be a 1-tap from this M4. 40 seconds left to play around with. If Quartz decides to pick this and go for the swing, that could be actually Zyphone on a beautiful shot. But they're actually going to go for the boost. This is going to work out perfectly. Already getting the control. And they have the... I think they have Goody's number here. Wait a minute. Zyphone goes for the noise peak, which pretty much means that he didn't know where he was, and Quirts gets the plant, but Perks from Ticket already. With the push behind. That's gonna be the round. Bomb defused by Perks. An alternate attacks. To make this a little bit more of a closer round than it's supposed to be, but it doesn't matter. As long as they win the round, that's what is important. And a good 1-2. Well played. I'm Descent. To be honest, you're right. I'm not entirely sure what the sign-in situation for Joel is. Wait a minute, a quick, nice kill from middle. I'm not entirely sure what Freeze was doing. Caught off guard in a very odd spot without any utility. It's pretty much gonna be a TSM kill every day of the week. Valde trying to go for those Yakindar pushes. But yeah, you're entirely right with that. I would, like, if not TSM, Joel has to be picked up by a team. It's insane that he's just a trial at the moment. This player is very skillful. I think it was Bobsky actually putting him on his top 20 prospects for 2024. Perks, opening up the duel towards Joel. That's gonna be Siphon with a kill, but the problem is Perks. He's just a monster underneath the shadows. Dropping 4 in that push. And Quartz, that's the sole player trying to find a little bit of a spot, maybe an edge. The kill could be good. And Perks pretty much did the job for this round. Panics. Has been warned that Quartz has a very good idea where he's pushing from. That nade is going to be beautiful. And even the second one underneath. This time around, it's not going to do any damage on the other side of that wall. And TSM. With only one on the board, they're going to have to let it go. And it seems like Quartz, he might actually go for the full swing on towards that A side. There's nobody holding it, and nobody actually reacting to it. If he starts to run now, he has a full free side at the moment to play around with. The problem is here, Quartz trying to play a few seconds off the spot. And oh my god, he might have actually played himself. Of course, he doesn't have the bomb. And that's the reason he's not going to go for it. Didn't spot that. TSM. A buy. Well, the save from Quartz in the last round. That's going to be just the one Galil. And I have to say, the T side's starting off a little bit sloppy here. A nice spray from Connector. I'm not entirely sure how much damage. That did a few damage points onto Moto. Left alone with 9 points to pretty much lurk around with. Quartz with a beautiful shot. Wait a minute, that's Joel opening up the B side. He has to be very careful from the player on towards short. He gets the information and is left in a 3 versus 3 as Moto goes down as well. Doesn't matter, he was the lower player. And now at this point, TSM, they do have the B control. The problem is Joel has been nated. That second deagle shot is gonna be perfect. Gets this third one. What is happening? Goody goes for the pre-spray. And Joel, he doesn't care. Just a full tap to the face. Close to short. Valde lurking around, and Freeze goes down. That's a beautiful round for the side of TSM. I'm not entirely sure how they gave Joel so many opportunities to go for a kill. That last shot was disgusting. I agree with you. What is that? What a shot. The player that we were actually talking about just a moment ago. Really giving us some reasons why he should be picked up or at least signed to TSM. A project like this could be awesome. They just need to shuffle a few names around. Hold coming in. That is going to be Quartz with the first shot. The problem is he's going to be dropping with that M4, so at least one of the weapons. Reverse caster curse. Yeah, that's actually the first time. Not really signing anybody to their debts. So, Molotov for connector. Joel is the one to pretty much hold the sheep herd behind. Rotation coming in towards that B side, and he's going to be faking this. So, they're actually going to go for that A side execution. Joel is just trying to fake and make as much noise for that B side as he can. Do you think TSM should sign Quartz? To be honest, looking at some of the players, I don't think they should actually go for any crazy signups unless there are some free agents. They should just try to get a 5th player to this roster, sign Quartz, for example, and start to really go out with this roster and maybe get a coach. And after that, after a few months, like 3 months, 4 months, usually like to give teams like 6 months to see what are the actual parts that are working in a team, and from there go forwards. That would be awesome. Perks. Left to push here. It's going to be the last bullet from Valde to find Perks. And this is the round that we're pretty much waiting for. We have Regine, no. You mean assistant coach? Wait a minute, did they sign a coach already? I haven't seen any news. I haven't been following TSM that closely. Let me check this out. Because Regine has been hopping in from teams. Yeah, okay, yeah, nice. Okay, they do have a coach. So the only thing they have to get is just the last Sable 5th player, so that will be awesome. And the problem is that if they don't have their 5th, then they have Joel on trial. I'm not entirely sure if he's on trial or not. Let me check out the news. When did Regine join the roster? Yeah, a month ago. Okay, I missed that. Wasn't that pretty much when Sashi broke down? So he came over here. Interesting, okay. Yeah, he signed him a month ago, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's a good one then. So yeah, from now on, they just need their 5th player and lock down the players. From there they can actually start to check out what parts in the team can work and what doesn't. Nice corner. Modo gets the kill, gets the trade. He can actually get the access to that op as well. That's going to be Joel opening up the skill towards the B side again. Modo is the one to protect those flames. From short. Modo seems to be backing off. And the 3 players left to lurk around. Freeze, Goody, and Ovsek. Let me actually check out some stats at the same time. On the side of Mirage, let me actually check this out. What kind of a percentage they have here? I think it was for the TSM side very heavily. 20-something it was for the side of alternate aTTaX. Wait a minute, actually TSM, they have no information on Mirage for the past 3 months. But it seems to be their pick, yeah, and Mirage was at 29% for the side of alternate aTTaX, so kind of makes sense. So that's why AA got surprised on Overpass, because TSM only have a map played in Overpass. Alternate aTTaX, they had 17 maps being played for the past 3 months and 59% win rate. So that definitely was a little bit of a surprise for them. Now the question, are we going to see an Ancient? I'm not entirely sure. But especially with the roster that TSM at the moment they have. This could be an interesting one. Of course, that stat is from this core. Back to the game. That's going to be Freeze. Beans. Well, flash for connector, but as he doesn't see it, doesn't really do anything. Meanwhile, Joel on a window push. There's actually nobody holding it. Wait a minute. This is a lot of free space for the side of TSM to go for whatever they want to go for here. And this is getting a little bit stagnated as the CTs, they are forced to do some plays. And Zyphon from pit, pretty much just waiting for the swing. Sees the first one, gets the little bit of a sloppy turnaround back on towards Avsek. But Freeze, in the trade, doesn't actually take any bullets. Joel already through. Drops the player underneath the balcony. That's gonna be Freeze. And Goody on a push Moto. He has to be careful of what's happening here. I'm not entirely sure if he spotted the player, but the push coming on top. Sloppy MP9 spray coming in, and Moto still alive. He needs his friends' help. Why does Goofy decide to go for the reload? What is he doing? Oh no! What the worst possible timing to press the R button. And Modo here's the click, goes for the swing, gets the kill, and that's pretty much the only opportunity for them to drop the bomb. Oh my god, what was that? Alternate attacks. You can see some shuffling coming in. A few cold finger moments. And that has to hit hard. Oh god, that's one of those situations when you go to sleep, you start to think about stuff. You might actually only think about the fact that you pressed the R button at the worst possible timing. Of course, depends where you bind it. Some people like to bind it on space for some reason. Those people are psychotic. Valde with the double kill of this round. Ends it with the last kill as well. And that's just going to be TSM fighting around again. Siphon, for some reason, I'm not entirely sure what he was doing with his crosshair. Was he getting ready for a peek on towards the stairs? Maybe ready for the execution as they had middle control. The problem is close push, but he did get the kill, the first one at least. Well, a new round here. That is going to be the smoke for the window. Control being gained, even a nade to clear it away, and aTTaX goes for the information, but gets pushed out as he spots a player. He's not going to go for it again. It's not going to be the best idea. Meanwhile, across the map you can just hear the silence. TSM with the bomb committed towards the B side. They might actually go for the execution here. Perks, he has no idea. He actually spots Moto. It's a lot of information and a beautiful... He's just being patient, waiting for Moto to go for that peek. Gets the headshot, but the problem is Joel so close to the double box. He's gonna get the entries, both of them. Meanwhile, towards the B side, Siphon is going to be the one to open it up behind the bench. And that is the full B side loss. Even with the first kill on towards Moto, they have no chance in this round. Clean rounds from the side of TSM, just making this look very easy at the moment. And AA has already gained their first 3 rounds. The problem is, on the ground rounds, they're not really finding a break here. Not really catching a break. And that is 5 rounds in a row now. Bomb explodes, and TSM makes it a 6th. What a play. Timeout. From the side of the CTs, they have to kind of talk about what's been happening throughout these rounds. To maybe figure out some kind of a plan. The problem is that they have gained the first kill every now and then, and actually getting some very good map control as well, but the issue where it arrives is everything afterwards. So it seems like TSM, in between those kills, they managed to find some kind of a map control where they can actually go for the execution. And some of these strats, they have been pretty much thrown from the start. Directly from the spawn, you can actually see the bomb being usually herded to either of the sides. Which pretty much means that they are reading these rounds off a base off the spawn. Not really going for that many dynamic plays. An alternate attacks. They're pretty much playing into their, well, pockets at the moment. That's going to be the nade to start off the round. A lot of damage being done. Freeze gets the first kill and gains it. Now he needs to get away. That's going to be the burn, and oh, aTTaX is just going to burn out alive. Oh, Goody is going to be the second one to go down. Free, still battling for middle. Goes for the swing. 36 HP being left. Valde takes care of him. And 3 versus 2. And that's just going to be Goody left with 4 HP. And Perix, well, he has health points to be playing around with. But the problem is, no information. Literally no control of the map. Valde drops Goody. 5-7 is going to be the one to drop Valde, and this is getting a little bit scrappy at this point. A smoke to push in a little bit closer, but Perks is not going to be using it, just waiting for the bomb plant, grabs the AK, and plays it off from there. Jump towards short. He needs to catch one of these players off guard. Or does he want to go for the save? That's the question. If he wants to go for the lurk, the problem is it's going to take a lot of time off the clock. So, he's going to be pretty much left with 15 seconds to play around with here. When he gets closer to the pit, yeah, this is not going to happen. It's done. No chance to go for the retake. And Perks has to pretty much default this round for the side of TSM. And the round is done. He gets the kill onto Siphon, so at least an exit frag. But the problem is, like I keep saying, it just doesn't matter anymore. Even if they got those 2 early kills, it just doesn't literally do anything. TSM. Left. Into good executions. A buy from alternate attacks. And from now on, especially looking what's been left on the bank, with the loss bonus that they have, you can pretty much buy every round now. Push coming in, that is going to be the window hole for Market. Anybody who wants to go for the swing has to either be spotted or challenged. For Forest, Perks has been pretty much drilled already. That's going to be an okay nade. Does a little bit damage for Valde. And Freeze gets the off-angle kill. That is going to be the 3rd shot as well from the side of Perks. Moto finds a shot onto Freeze, and Zyphon across the maps drops Avzek. Ticket hold. That is going to be CT hold coming in for Panics. Just pretty much hoping that somebody on the side is pretty much going to walk in towards this crosshair, but no. A hidden plant behind the triple. And Zyphon. With his teammate from jungle, the only thing they have to do is just pretty much set up a crosshair. Joel is going to be the one to take down that short push. Connector push. Inside the smokes. Oh, he's playing this so well. Even if they get to the bomb plant. 13 seconds left on the clock. Do they have kits? Yes, they do. The problem is they still have these everywhere. Joel goes for the swing. Gets the first player. Already on the bomb. It's too late. Not gonna happen. No kits. Joel clutches the round. And that is going to be the 8th round for the side of TSM. 1 to be played for. And AA just not catching a break. Literally not catching a break. Nothing working out so well so far. That's a TV. If anybody actually recognizes that channel, we used to have that test channel for the colors. Every time I saw that, I knew it was time for some Cartoon Network. Did anybody in the chat actually watch any Cartoon Network when you were a kid? Good times. Window peaks. Already a few shots, but nobody's really connecting any of them. Little pop flash. Everybody watched Cartoon Network. There are actually people who never actually saw it. So, and to be honest, the paid channel that had the colors, that's the wrong one. It is going to be the negative channel. That was my Cartoon Network. Joel on the entry peak towards Freeze, drops him. That's going to be Avex. Quickly on the trade course. Close to the smokes. Avex is going to find the 2nd kill as well. Meanwhile, Joel is going to bring it back to a little bit of a comfortable number, but especially if they want to go for that A-side push, there is still a full stack. Player towards the apps and one towards the side, but it seems like the bomb, it's been just G'd over towards that B side. The only thing they have to do is pretty much just execute. Full side already. Control has been gained. And it's going to be Goody from the back. Trying to stab them here. Middle peaks coming in. Moto wins the fight against Panics. I'm not entirely sure what orientation alternate attacks has. They're just getting caught off guard every single time from whatever angle. Even a push coming in towards middle. Moto Full control, and Goody left as the lowest player. Drops down, that's gotta be the sound cue. Wins the first fight, goes for the second one. Dinks Joel, but it's not enough. TSM, they get their last round as well. An alternate aTTaX. They're just wondering what's happening on their Mirage. Starting off with a 3-round straight. Makes it look very good, especially as they fling the second round around. But I'm not entirely sure what happens afterwards, as they haven't gained a single round. 8 rounds in a row for the side of TSM. Making them look like amateurs. That's one more A in front of their name. Like I keep saying, neither of the teams are going to be dropped if they lose, so they still have a chance. TSM, well, the winner is just pretty much going to go for the upper bracket, and the loser is going to be dropping to the lower bracket against, I think it was Sangal, so not the end of the world. They still have a chance here. Are you gonna stream any more games after this one? Or no, that after this one I'm done. I'm getting fired, like the chat said. With a hammer. You're banned. I'm Descent. Good job, cast. Thank you, brother. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I do it for you. Think of it as a promotion. Getting fired? Really? Okay, that's one way to think about it. Okay. Meanwhile, smokes has been set up. Alternate attacks, giving a lot of space to go for the execution here. And that's exactly it. The smoke call is going to be heard from the side of TSM, so Zyphone. Definitely is going to give that information. Tap coming in from Moto. Through the smoke, drops Goody before he actually gets through it, but that is going to be Joel on the push. Freeze gets one in between with that nade. That is going to be a beautiful execute from the ticket, but the problem is Joel. He's still alive and already fragged the player. You can see that he's tasting the blood in the water. Oh god. Push cutting in. That is going to be Valde. Avsec, Modo goes down. Joel on a trade. Valde with Modo. Joel actually gets the drop onto Freeze. Perks gets one more. But in a 1 versus 2, gets the first, gets the second, gets it a triple. Makes it happen. Even teabags the player. Joel getting the teabag on top of his mouth. Oh, hopefully it tastes good. And that is going to be a round for the side of alternate aTTaX. Getting their first round on the T side. Opening up the board. And they might actually make this happen. Hopefully. If you'll get fired, I'll take your place. Durnal, time to get a reality check. Nobody knows who you are. Sorry. But you can message them. After they lose a talent like me, they're definitely gonna need some more backup power for the casters. No, we actually do have great casters. I'm just waiting to cast a duo cast with some of these people that we have over here. And to be honest, they have been getting very, better. Better after each cast. It's kind of cool to see that the evolution is just working out for the team that we have. So, kudos. MJ Pinkman, Magic Oppas, several sheep. Great people to work with. And back to the game. Smokes for Windows. Meanwhile, that seems like with the buy that they have on the side of TSM, just going to be one scout, not really finding a chance to go for a peek here. So, a few shots being heard, and they know they have to go for the execution. Seems like they have players towards the A side. It seems like Joel is getting ready for the window push here. Seems to be Freeze to go for the one. Zyphone with 2 beautiful entries from Connector. Doesn't give them a chance to get in, but Avsec is going to be the equalizer to bring it a little bit back. He opens up the side, but there's still Moto just jumping for information. Already Quirz trying to rotate for the ticket, and they know they have kind of screwed up the start here. Freeze gets the kill, but Joel on the trade. Bomb has been planted. Alternate aTTaX. Can they make this a round? They need it. Moto definitely wants to go for the peak. Panics has to be careful. 31 health points being left. Anything that hits him is pretty much a kill. Panics does get one before he goes down, and it's been left to Avex from Connector. Can he hold down the bomb plant? No utility on the side of TSM. The only thing they pretty much need is just a hold and a beautiful one-tap to the face aTTaX. I'm not sure if he heard the retake. Already on a bomb. Moto goes for the swing. Actually, that's Joel, and aTTaX drops both of the players before they even think about retaking that site. And that's pretty much done. 10 seconds defuse in front of aTTaX. aTTaX is not going to work out. A smoke to cover up. The connector could have been something, but the problem is they have no utility. They kind of had to go for the swing that they had. And it's just a little bit unfortunate. Clean shots from Siphon. Siphon. Yeah. Isn't Siphon like a ridiculous tornado or something like that on water? Let me actually check. Zip on. Nice entry kill from Freeze. Gets the entry. Siphon hits the pavement. That's gonna be Panic's dropped as well. Oh, wait a minute. Panic's dropping Joel. Freeze getting an entry kill. And yeah, Typhoon. Yeah, sorry, Typhoon. Yeah, you just changed the first letter to a T. Yeah. Oh, it's actually, yeah. It's like a tornado. What's the difference with a tornado then? Typhoon is like on top of the earth, and tornado. Let me get my... Yeah, tornado is the one that actually connects to the floor. Okay. On the ground. Interesting. You learn more every day. A clean round from the side of AA. On their 6th round. Why do Germans play bad CS? I'm not gonna answer that, but to be honest, Big has been looking very good. And alternate attacks, well, a 6-9 on the enemy's map pick, not a bad way to start off their own T side. Now the question is, against weaponry, now we're about to see the real gameplay. Yeah, Germans crying about Big. Meanwhile, me as a Swede, lack of a team even close to tier 1. I know the feeling, brother. Well, we have the same situation in Finland. We did have a top 1 team for some reason. We decided to go for roster moves that nobody understands to this day. But it doesn't matter. We're starting to get some players, finally. And some team compositions that might work out. Slowy did end his contract in Havel, which is a little bit of a let go. But if he actually chose... Yano, that could be interesting. Meanwhile, from middle, Quartz is kind of pretty much just offer a kill for Goody. That's gonna be an entry kill to the start. Suomalaiset ei puhu noin hyvää englantia. Oh, sorry, okay. Alright, that's cool, I guess. Moto, from short, is just pretty much gotta keep the control for that A side, and there's nothing they can pretty much do from this angle, but Perks in B-Apps, still holding it down. And Moto might actually want to go for a few kills because it's going to be very hard to try to save the weapon. Spots the player, goes for the second swing. Can he save this for the next round? No, he gets 2 kills. That's all she wrote, and it's done. You have a promising upcomer in Podi. We have up-and-comers. That's not the problem. We do have, like, talent. The problem is the talent don't really get brought into team compositions that work. That's the problem. So we have names to talk about, like a lot of them too. The issue is that we just can't get a full 5 stack that works. The only thing at the moment we have is like, I think it's like 3 players in tier 1 scene. We have a coach, in-game leader, and Yampi. That's pretty much it. It's a little bit sad. Because Finns, they definitely have the opportunity. It's great to see Ents doing projects here at the moment. With, I don't remember the project, like... What was the project team for the team under the academy team? Prospects or something like that. That's a great idea to try to bring up some players. Make new academy teams as well. And that might actually revive the Finnish scene, but it seems that we just need time. We still need time. Meanwhile, underground control for the side of Goody. Nobody's there to even challenge it. This is going to be pretty much a half-buy round for the side of TSM. Moda is the only one not buying armor, of course. He's trying to save for the op for the next round. And TSM not really finding anything that works on the gun rounds yet. TSM seems to be the bigger issue for both of the teams. T side seems to be working. Short control for the side of Freeze and good map control already coming in from the side of alternate attacks. Beautiful shot. A little bit getting too close there, Quartz popping a few shots into Panics. Almost getting a kill. That could have been the start of the end. Panics on hit. Spots the first head behind the head box. And close angle. Xiphone is going to be taken care of. Perks goes for the second swinger as well. Moto goes down. And this is going to be another very good side for a very good round for the side of alternate attacks. Alexi, after he gets benched again for no reason, that would be insane if Navi decided to drop Alexi now. That would literally be the suicide of a team right there. Because what bothers me is Alexi B has always done it with the most cracked up teams there are. Like, you put another in-game leader into his position and you're not going to see any results. But, yeah, for some reason he gets dropped every time. But in this project he's finally showing. He's been destroying G2 every time. Literally going full clean throughout the qualifiers. And it's awesome to see. And I love the fact that everybody was clowning on some of the players they had on their team, especially IM, JL, were clowning on them. And for a good reason too, because they weren't doing a good job at the start, but they're starting to look like some very good players at the moment, so yeah. Body Yimpa Yampi. You sure that you want Yampi back from Valorant? To be honest, there's no reason for him to come back to CS. He's doing way much money there, and it would be the biggest risk he ever took in his life. Doesn't make any sense for him to come back, but there are players that you can actually stack. Maybe even think about Alu again. No. That is pretty much going to be another kick for Alex B at that point. Well, back to our game. Timeout from, well, it's a technical pause at the moment. They need to talk about what's happening. I'm not sure about the rules can actually talk in technical pauses, but it's enough time at least for both of the teams to get their bearings and to think about, especially individually, what's happening, what kind of fights they have been losing, what kind of mistakes can they fix to maybe get around here. Allu Nip comes goaded. 3 is pushing B. I've actually had a few words exchanged with Allu. He's a pretty cool dude. Seen him on the LAN as well. He's chill. No issues there. And it's kind of cool that even after whatever happened on ends, he decided to stick around in the Finnish scene and to try. To be honest, his projects on Jano, they've been working out in a way that they have been actually bringing some of these teams a little bit forward. Jano almost even getting to the... Actually, they got through the closed qualifiers, so that is something. Maybe next year, we're even gonna get crazier numbers. That would be awesome, to get like a Finnish team that qualifies throughout the RMRs, through the closed qualifiers, and actually getting an RMR spot, and actually getting to the sticker money. That is gonna be a heck of a boost to their economy. That's a small organization. At that point, I'm gonna hit them up. Like, if you need any graphics designers, hey, hit me up, brother. You know? Meanwhile, after the technical pause, jumping back in here, alternate attacks, their logo on fire. As they have been winning so many rounds in a row. The question is, how long can they keep this up? How many rounds are we gonna see from them? Through the smoke. Try to go for the spam. That is actually going to be Moto with the first kill. Perks gets the drop onto Valde. Nice kill already. B-side has been lost. Panics. Being tagged, but he doesn't go down. He still has a little bit of a chance here. Meanwhile, the bomb has been planted and already Joel on a push. Freeze. Does he turn around at the perfect timing? He finds the headshot on towards Freeze. A little bit slow. And a flash for the window. In a smoke to cover off the push. And that is going to be a 4-man retake. 3 players from the side. Meanwhile, Joel solo from the apps. Panics has to be careful. aTTaX finds the first kill. And through the smoke they go. Trying to find the timing. Are they actually even going to go for it anymore? 14 seconds left on the clock. TSM. They're just going to default this. What is happening? Not finding Le Cojones, the 2 basketballs to go for that pick. And TSM starting to default on rounds. Oh no. That's not how you want to start it. No, 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 no. A little bit unfortunate there. I heard a Discord sound for some reason. Every now and then I hear a Discord sound and it makes me crazy. Did that came from the stream or did that came from me? I'm not entirely sure at the moment. Whoever threw me a Discord message, I didn't see it, so spam me again, okay? Well, already on the push. That's gonna be Perks to lead the charge. Valde gets the drop onto him. The rush doesn't work this time around. Quartz with a beautiful shot to a short. Gets the control of that round. Doesn't give him a chance. And finally, TSM managing to bring a round for themselves. Took a little while until tied. Missä Suomi-tiimit näistä peleistä perkele? Pitäisikö me laittaa invitea näille? En tiedä. Mä voisin laittaa viestiä tonne. I could actually talk with the upper management that maybe we should start inviting more Finnish teams. That would be very cool. Get some Havu, maybe Jano over here. To play again, play a few games. I have muted all Discord sounds and it still makes... Okay, so I'm not crazy. Because I was thinking about that. Because it feels like it does just random noises every now and then. But yeah, okay. Zyphon being mollied from the backside. Gets that nade off. And close to the side. He still has to fight for it. Gets the spot. Goes for the swing. Does a little bit damage. But he still goes down. Joel on a swing. Gets the shot. And with the time left to play around with Panics, there's nothing he can do. Round is lost. And TSM, they get their 10th. It takes a few tries. Losing him in a web play. Wait a minute, is Joel gonna... No, he's not gonna go for the drop. Could have dropped that up. Havuja. Scoffed it. Seems like we have a Havu fan here. How you doing, sir? Metze-Maria. It's Metze-Maria. Close, but no cigar. What do you think about Virolaisista? Well, they're pretty much close cousins to the Finnish. The defense. The only problem is I have no idea what they're talking about when they talk in their home language. It almost sounds like Finnish, but then it just isn't. Well, a slow round. Mid control has been given to the side of AA. Molotov for the apps if they decide to go for a swing there. And it's not gonna happen. Still just playing comfortably, making a few sets of noises. That nade is gonna do a little bit damage towards Siphon. Drop to 64, so that nade AK spray is gonna feel good. Through the plywood. Oh, Freeze coming so close into drilling him, but it doesn't matter. Zyphon gets away with pretty much a free kill. And Joel drops the player, trying to go for the peek from the apps. Doesn't work out. Goofy gets Zyphon with the burn, but Joel's still alive underneath the balcony. Through the smoke, Perks drops him, brings it to a 3 versus 2, but Perks on top of the box. That's gonna be cursed from short. A nice shot. And aTTaX given a bit of a chance here to start off the game. The problem is that they go for directly underneath the stack. And TSM, it works for them. Panics behind the player, might actually go for a knife kill. That's an extra 1,000 bucks. Still tries to spot the player, but the problem is the bomb, even if he gets him, I don't think he has enough time. And Valde on the pickup is going to drop him. Nice knife to the back. I'm not sure if that's the first knife kill that I've... No, it's not the first knife kill that I've seen in CS2. So, we have seen some previous knife kills coming in. I think inside the smoke defending the bomb was the last one that I spotted. Yeah. Knife is an interesting weapon in this game. And you can just see the respect from the side of A8. They're not taking mid control this quickly this time around. TSM still giving it to them. And the problem that occurs from that is just pretty much, even if they go for the middle swing, 20 seconds have been played off the clock already. On top of the balcony, Panic still holding with the ops, just watching whatever is going to happen in towards connector. If any players decide to retrieve, especially to jungle, he might actually catch them off guard. Meanwhile, Moto with a beautiful spot here on top of ticket. Anybody who wants to go through the connector is going to find a bullet, but Moto doesn't really hit that shot. The second one on the swing, he's going to find that one. Siphon drops Abzek. And no, the whole round goes to Poo Poo. Meanwhile, Perks drops Moto on top of the ticket, at least a kill. So we're going to receive one. And AA. They know there's a hold. They know Joel is just holding somewhere. And Quartz is going to help him out from ticket. And what an anchor to that A site. Just making sure that no free sites are going to be gained. And TSM, map point. Match point. Upper bracket point. Well, that's not actually true. So many rounds in a row for the side of aTTaX, and then just totally shitting the bed. It's the harder rounds where the pressure starts to amount. But they almost did a great job here for the comeback, I have to say. Showing a lot of character. The problem is not just finding the shots that are necessary. That's going to be Joel on a swing behind from the backside, and this could be all she wrote as the utility dump coming in for the pit. And from connector, they're hoping to get a headshot. Just getting the tag onto Moto, but he gets away from that situation. Siphon drops Perks, and Valde from jungle already behind and gets both of the last kills, and that is going to be the game done. 2-0. On Overpass, almost, we saw a little bit of a comeback. I think it was the 8th round that they managed to bring it into. The problem is the T side was just a way too lackluster. Here on Mirage, actually it turns around. Their T side is a little bit better, but the problem is they didn't manage to get enough rounds on the CT side, and that's a little bit unfortunate. So, that is pretty much the game. The second best of 3 pretty much mopped underneath the, well, the balcony, if you want to call it that. And those were some 2 quick zeros. Meanwhile, Metizport's making it look very good against Sangal. That game was very close. Don't let the 2-0 scoreline mess you up, because that was actually one of the closest games that I've ever casted in this channel, in my opinion. Even though it's a quick 2-0. From the side of aTTaX going against TSM, another 2-0, and this time TSM choking a few rounds here and there, but managing to bringing into a victory, and a very stable one as well. So, on the lower bracket, Sangal, they find another chance against aTTaX, and the loser from this one, definitely they are going to be pretty much dropped from the tournament, but the winner they get to continue on the lower bracket quarterfinals, and they actually have another chance to manage to maybe get into that grand finals. Meanwhile, tomorrow, or actually, it's not tomorrow, but for the next game, you can actually see it from down below. Tomorrow games are going to be Metizport's, Sangal versus aTTaX, and the other loser bracket game, I think it was Into the Breach versus Sinners. Yeah, that's about what's about to happen. On the upper bracket, you can also see Metizport. They get to play against TSM for the upper bracket spot, so that's going to be interesting. Well, that is pretty much it for the finals. We will be casting again, or I will be casting again. Meanwhile, it will be the other streamers taking off the mantle, and hopefully they're gonna have a good time casting some of these games, because these games are wild at the moment. I'm gonna be heading off. Thank you guys for the great time. Thank you for being great in the chat. Of course, a few crazy people every now and then. Yeah, you do know what I'm talking about, but it is what it is. I'm gonna head... Well, actually, I'm gonna go and play some Enshrouded and watch some IEM games. Meanwhile, have a good time. See you in the next cast, whenever it is. Bye-bye. Why did it writing on the chat? Wrong place.